All right, welcome everybody. We are finally back, finally live here with the RLCS Winter EU Regional Apollo Open. Did you guys hear that? I said open.
You did.
Rehearsals, I kept saying Apollo 1. We're here with Apollo 1. I don't even know the name of the event, but we nailed it. All right, already off to a great start. Cole and Stumpy.
Hello.
It's so good to see you guys again. We got the hangout. I want to say a little bit. We actually got to hang out a lot during the fall major. How have you guys been? Have you guys recovered from your visit to and from Stockholm?
Well, I'd love to say it's warmer here in the UK, but I would be lying. My radiator is broken, and to break the fourth wall right now, I have a hot water bottle.
God, that is a ghetto-looking hot water bottle.
That is a very full hot water bottle, and it is on my lap because.
Can we hear it jiggle?
You ready?
Can we hear it splash?
Ready? Give it a slap.
They were explaining this. They were explaining this in the pre-show or before we went live, and I couldn't figure out what it meant. A hot water bottle. What is? Oh, you're drinking it to like become more drinking.
It's obviously.
And they're like, no, you don't drink it. I was like, how have I never heard of a hot water bottle before?
It's obviously a hot rubber sack full of water that you put on your legs.
Of course.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Listen,
Surely.
it is silly of me. It is silly of me. But listen, we are here to learn, okay? At the end of this show, chat, I want you guys to have learned something. I don't know what that's going to be, but I hope there's going to be something you'll take away with you moving forward. Listen, we have no time to waste. We're going to jump into it. Let's take a look at the groups for today, all right? 16 teams here, split into 4 groups. Round robin, best of 5. Cole, what do you think is going to be the hardest group here?
Just looking at these, taking a quick check over them. Group B to me looks absolutely horrible. Dignitas, who did so well as we expected last split, and at Stockholm. Misfits always have more potential. Team Queso just keep popping up, and then Ricks as well. You know, they're worth a mention. I'm sure they can beat the other teams in there. I'd say they're the weakest team, but still capable of beating them.
Harsh.
That one to me looks the most scary. Is that one I'm missing, Stumpy?
I'm looking at D. Endpoint, K-Corp, Na'Vi, all good teams, and then Vitality is also there. It's one of those groups where I think you can see Endpoint or K-Corp getting top. Depending on what happens with K-Corp, I'm still in that kind of, in the off-season feelings of maybe K-Corp are going to be really, really good. Will Vitality be able to shake off the Therapy feeling a little bit ill blues from the fall major after his little tummy bug? And Na'Vi, this is their time to impress. Very, very hard group for them. If they can get second or third here, that is gigantic. And they get through to tomorrow and they emerge in that bracket. But as people go through in that first spot, they start in the uppers, and that is such a big advantage. 2 lives in that double elimination. If you're second or third, though, you go into the lower round 1 and you're still in it. But if you finish bottom, then sorry, you're going to have to try again later.
I mean, yeah, that is going to be interesting. So you guys are saying either B or D. Chat, feel free to chime in, okay? Throughout the whole show today, as we're watching the games, as we're following each series, we want to hear what you guys think, right? We're going to have our fan votes and everything beginning of every match. But just to give you guys a general idea of what's happening, Stumpy, you put it really well over the bracket overview here. There's a lot of great Rocket League that's got to be had, not only today. Don't forget, this is only but day 1. This is only but day 1. We got a lot more in store.
Yeah, 3 more days. 3 days in total, not 3 more days. 2 more days from today. God, I made that confusing. 2 days
Jesus
after this.
Christ,
4 days. It's going to be 6
Cole,
days
reset.
of Rocket League,
Cole,
guys.
hard reset.
6
Start
days.
again.
That's why I'm a writer, not a speaker, okay? I can't do voice words.
All right, but listen, let's check out what we're competing for here, right? Prize pool and points. Let's bring that open or bring that up on the screen. We got $100,000. That is a whole lot of bread, all right? A whole lot of guap.
It's a bakery.
That's true. You can say that as well. Also, a bunch of circuit ranking points up for grabs. There's a lot at stake here, for sure. There's a lot at stake. Let's check out the schedule here. The round 1. What are some of the matches coming up? Is there any matchup here coming at you, Cole, as this is one to look out for?
I mean, if anybody wants to watch any of these series, remember that you can go to these teams' team streams. They are still ongoing. True. Say you're a massive fan of Team Queso. You can head over to their broadcast, be in their chat, get involved in their memes, cheer them on. Same with the minions, same with EG, etc., etc. Over here, we are going to be looking at Vitality versus K-Corp. So that is obviously my answer of the one to watch. Aside from that, though, I would say that I am always intrigued when I see... Go on. Endpoint CX versus Na'Vi. So Virtuoso is having some tech issues. Hopefully, on his end, that is. Hopefully he'll be able to get that sorted, and then he can come up against Endpoint, who obviously did so well in EU in particular in the last split. They're the team that dropped it. So that one to me just jumps right out if it goes ahead, which if anything,
we're all praying
to it. Yeah,
praying so hard. I mean, I've seen Carmine Corp versus Vitality because I know those guys have a very big but friendly rivalry. I've spoken to Fairy Peak recently, and he was saying that those guys, every single time they play each other, it's not like the hardest that they play, but they're thinking, look, we're going to be the best team. And then after the series, they then all hang out in Discord together and they say, Astro, remember when you pre-jumped me and I faked you out? And that's Fairy Peak impression. Great impression.
That's good.
They all just mess about and like they're all very good friends. It's a very good rivalry. But those friendly rivalries, I find them very, very interesting because how deep-rooted do they actually go? Are they going to get tilted at each other? Very interesting.
I mean, that's gotta be a great question, right? Because you say like it's a friendly rivalry, but when it all comes down to it, when there's a lot of money, there's a lot of circuit ranking points on the line. You know, when do you kind of drop the friendship act and you go like, you know, you got to do whatever you got to do to win?
I mean, I feel like Vitality are going to be doing absolutely everything to win today. They were frankly embarrassed in Stockholm at the major. The first team at a Rocket League RLCS LAN to ever be perfect swept. And even in the last regionals, you know, they finished 15th, 16th in the first one. So this is the team that have more than question marks over them. They have got a whole barrel load of grammar just waiting to fall down upon them. And they have to make some answers. So I can't see them giving Carmine Corp anything at all today.
Well, let's go and take a look at the two teams that we're going to be watching. Any player here that stands out? I mean, K-Dop, he's a past champ, Stumpy. Is he the one that's going to be leading? You obviously brought up Fairy Peak. Who do you think is going to be? Who do you think has to show a dominating face, a dominating forward to try to win this matchup?
You raise a very good question about K-Dop because he is the typical leader that you'd expect from Vitality, but I would also say that he is their weakest player. There was a lot of questions about Team Vitality as to whether should this roster change because they had their worst placement ever and RLCS LAN back in the fall major. That was a very, very valid question to ask, and Vitality, their answer was no. There were issues with our players. You know, I said earlier, Fairy Peak was feeling ill, and that did not do well for them. Regardless of that, though, I think K-Dop didn't show up. I think Alpha looked pretty brilliant, realistically, compared to how we've seen him previously. He's done better, but out of that team, out of Fairy Peak feeling ill and K-Dop not being able to hit the ball half the time,
nobody was brilliant.
Alpha looked like a world champion.
No.
Yes, he did. Out of those three, he absolutely did. But I think that my question mark is on Fairy Peak, and really just to answer that question of, was it the entirety of the illness that then made him, you know, not do that well? Or is he actually, you know, a little bit on the downturn?
Yeah, I mean, Cole, I'm going to pass it over to you. I mean, who do you think is going to be the most important factor for either of the teams?
For Vitality, I think your K-Dop shout is a good one. Alpha, as you mentioned, certainly has the highest ceiling there, but the way he sort of slots on the pitch with Vitality at times is questioned. He's diving for balls he shouldn't go to, etc. On the other side, though, for Carmine Corp, Astral, he is always a player that whenever he makes a roster move, everyone always thinks, now this is going to be the team to go to the very top. The start of RLCS X with Oxygen, everyone was thinking, yeah, they're going to be right up there. And Astral has just never really seemed to do that, despite having the mechanical skill, the mechanical ability to make himself the best player in the world. I mean, that's what he was in the conversation for maybe a year or so ago now. It's been a while since he's been there, but that is what he will want to be. And alongside Itachi in particular, he's such a good passer of the ball, always in the right place at the right time. He is, in theory, the exact sort of player that Astral would want to be with. But for Carmine Corp, they just seem to go backwards in those last set of regionals in the last split. So hopefully the break would have done them a lot of good and they'll be able to come back swinging because that is what they need.
But so going back to the fall major a little bit, okay, Vitality not having the run that they were looking for. Yes, obviously an illness can greatly impact a player. Of course, we're not taking anything away from that situation. But what does Vitality have to do to, I don't know, regroup to get ready for the weekend here? I
think Vitality needs to literally regroup. I think that's the word for it. They need to just brush off the full major. They placed 14th. That is truly horrific. Like, that's such an awful result for them, seeing as the last LAN we had, they were in the grand finals and they've been one of the greatest teams ever to play Rocket League. I think with Vitality, brush off full major, didn't happen. If you need to in your head, put it 100% down to the illness that Fairy Peak had. He had a tummy bug, he was not doing well whatsoever, and you have to just put it down to that, move on. We're here now. We are Vitality, and now we are able to actually take it to this team that we have a friendly rivalry with, but ultimately a team that also wants to use Vitality as a rung on that ladder. They're going to be clambering, trying to get that first win in this group, because getting first in the group, as we said earlier, it's so vital. This win, that could be absolutely be the decider. Every game can be the decider.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting ready for the game to come and the games to come here. Let's start up a little bit of a Twitch vote, okay? We want to hear from you guys, chat. We want to hear, who do you think is going to bring it home? All right? Once again, there's a lot at stake. This is still only game one, the series one of the start of the Apollo Open. Just want to make sure that I said that right. The Apollo Open.
You nailed it that time.
No, but I'm going to point it out now. The Apollo Open. I just love that we get a cool name for it, you know? Regional one, you know. Regional day
North
one.
America's had their fair share of all of the fun names, and now we're allowed to have an Apollo Open. It's a lot of fun. It's nice.
All right, chat, get your votes in. I do believe we have something to bring up. So while the vote is going on, we'll do that right now.
Vitality have got to find an outstanding play, and it's not gonna happen. FaZe Clan have taken the series.
Unbelievable. FaZe Clan came out, they played their...
When I look back at the Major, I think it was really bad from us. I think a lot of mistake was made in-game and outside the game.
A perfect sweep for NRG.
I'm going to use the word embarrassing because that was dreadful from Vitality, but I also want to lift up NRG because my God, did they look good.
I think everyone was mad about us. I mean, the supporter, Moot, Team Vitality, the manager, Gauthier. I think everyone was a little sad, but I mean, we can look forward from now and we can improve, of course.
They look comfortable with their own defense, and look at that from Alpha.
The lesson we learn together, I think, is we need to play as a team. We need to be friendly on the pitch, outside the pitch, everywhere, and really support each other.
And has the accolades like Vitality, where they bully them out of the net.
Our problem was like one day we cannot play, and the day after we play good. We're gonna be more consistent, I think, if we work every day in ranked, in scrims. We need to be always focused on the game, so we just need to work on that.
Especially if you can get on the attack by Kato.
What you can expect from us this split is to be like a real team. We will try our best and see how it goes on the pitch.
Huge by Strawberry. This is Vitality, up by 2 again.
Kato with the hat trick as well. He's come up huge.
Good words there from K-Dop. Stumpy. I don't know.
Savage.
I don't know. It's
boy.
a little emotional damage is what I want to say. That is, you have some strong words about K-Dop.
Mate, I'm sorry, but they literally, they got perfect swept. It was embarrassing. It was dreadful. I stick by it.
Okay, well, let's check out those predictions and see what we got. Chat, who do you think is going to win? My prediction, if I can go first out of us three, I'm going to say Vitality. And I say that strictly because K-Dop carried me in a Twitch Rivals. I'm going with Chad on this one, okay? K-Dop carried me in a Twitch Rivals for Rocket League, so he has my heart. Okay, Cole, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to mix it up. The last thing we want is for all three of us to say the same, so I'll make sure that doesn't happen and go with Carmine Corp. I will forever be backing Astral to get back top of the world. You know, even in 5 years' time when he hasn't been mentioned, like, Astral's got really good mechanics. Carmine Corp, they're going to have stepped up.
So I'm actually going to go along with Orb logic on this because Fairy Peak carried me to a Twitch Rivals victory. So I'm going to go...
How many people has he carried? That's what I want to know.
This is amazing. So I've got the Fairy Peak carry. K-Dop carried Orb. You just need to get any win in your life, Cole.
I just need Alpha to be nice to me once, and I'm set.
Good. So I'm going Vitality. That's what I'm feeling. Hopefully they can do it. Chat have said it as well. If not, then we're all wrong apart from Cole, which nobody wants.
That's my win.
Let's see if K-Dub can carry his own team as much as he carried us. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you guys take it away. Please have fun, and we'll check back in after the game.
Thank you so much, Orb. There are so many question marks over these two teams, Stumpy. I mean, like, if you picked two teams that could do better on their report card, I feel like Vitality and K-Corp would be the two.
But I love series where there are those big question marks because we've not seen K-Corp for a little while now. Like it's been a good chunk of time since we've seen what they can really do, seen them even playing. Astral is playing in such a confusing looking car, and I really respect that. I like that he truly fits to no standard that anybody wants in design. Look at that beast, my word, in the breakout.
That's the sort of car that I would use on my streams like a few years ago, and everybody would abuse me for it.
Yeah, but now, because Astral's doing it, it's brave and nice.
You're going to see people in ranked using that vehicle now. It's just become meta.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that when there are question marks in a series, it is exciting to get them answered. Because at the end of this, hopefully, we will have an answer of, okay, cool, K-Corp look sick. Vitality look good, because we don't want them to be sick again. First minute, though, not too much has happened. And I think that we always say that these teams poke about with each other, try and figure out what is going on in that series. But I think when you look at what K-Corp have got to go off with Vitality, they essentially need to ignore what happened at the major.
Yeah, they can't expect that Vitality are gonna, roll over and die in front of them. K-Corp are gonna have to earn this victory. Because Vitality, they've swallowed up a little bit of K-Corp pressure, and now when they come forwards, Alpha 54, who played world class at the Stockholm Major apparently, look at him go again.
Alpha's also got a sure set as a profile picture, which is exciting. Lovely touch in, though, from Alpha. Is able to touch it in from a delicious little angle. Taken first blood for Vitality. And Cole, you need him to carry you to that victory in a Twitch Rivals, I do feel. Now that me and Orb have got one. Next one, do you reckon you're going to try and convince him to pick you up?
I'll send him a DM. I'll slide into those. Hope he hasn't blocked me. And if he hasn't, then, well, there you go.
Make him regret that.
Vitality are looking a lot better. I mean, they are putting a lot of pressure on K-Corp, and the fact that Alpha is getting involved in the goals is precisely what they need.
Yeah, it was a nice turnaround from Alpha as well there to realise that Astral's in an awkward position and K-Dop's then able to get in the way, get the 50, and then just fly seemingly randomly and still meet the ball with absolute perfection right as it's on the goal line to tap it in. Very nice from him, clearly feeling confident.
I mean, they're feeling confident, but Astral's car just keeps distracting me. The ball just went up, and I just saw this flash of green and red. I was like, oh, what's that? Is my game glitching? Oh, no, it's just Astral.
He does look like a graphics card error.
Look at him go. Vitality really putting Carmine Corp under pressure. Carmine Corp relying on these counter-attacks so far. They have had a little bit of pressure themselves, but Vitality's goal line defense has always been so strong for them. You need to do a lot to score against them normally, but Astral is doing exactly that, and Itachi is following it home.
The movement from Astral up once, jumps then get on the ceiling, gets the reset, bumps off the backboard, and then just a touch from Fairy Pig into Itachi. The goal happens there, but the magic happened beforehand. That movement just looked like free play. Astral, please keep that up for the next 5 years.
It looked like he was attached to the ball by string, just never too far away from it, always in control of what he was doing. And suddenly Carmine Corp reminding us why they are so dangerous, why they won the biggest tournament in the off-season, then finished top 4 in the first regional. They were really the team to beat for a little while. Never quite able to build upon that, but can they build upon the goal that they've scored? That's not the best touch from Fairy Pig. Astral shoots.
Twice!
The crossbar, and eventually Itachi scores.
Had to go at that twice, wants to pad those stats. Great intercept, though, from Stake. Astral does have to wait on that shot, because K-Dub's high and in a good position to save it. Should have shot it low to begin with, realistically. Can then get the second shot off the crossbar again, and then finally tapped in from Itachi to score his second goal. And K-Corp have drawn themselves level. A lot of Astral magic so far, still has that reset. Just about finds the crossbar instead of the top corner.
Yeah, he's loving the woodwork at the moment, is Astral, but getting so many chances to shoot, which is exactly what Vitality don't want, nor do they want Itachi finishing off his hat-trick.
Tell you what, we said that Vitality started off with all the pressure. It's now K-Corp's turn. Alpha and K-Dub, I think it was, both committing into the same zone of influence where they were both going to be able to do ultimately the same thing with the ball. Quick turnaround is not enough. Full advantage taken. Itachi securing the hat-trick. 3 goals, 3 shots. That man shooting 100%.
Alpha trying to get his own hat-trick. Needed Astral on the goal line to see it away. And still Vitality come forward, but Itachi sends it away there. Stake and Alpha going for the same ball. The game just slowing down for 15 seconds or so, which is fair enough. I mean, there has been 5 goals in the first 2 minutes. Can't stay at that rate forever. That's what I like from Vitality, though, is little prods into the center, trying to get Alpha going, trying to get him as involved as they possibly can do, because he started this one the strongest of all 3 of their players.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward touch there from Fairy Peak, though. With no Vitality player pushing up to assist his pass, it just means that he gives all possession over Itachi, failing a doink yet again. I'm not going to take to Twitter and complain about more doink, because pros just end up hating me, even though AJ was ultimately a very good sport about it. We got in the DMs, we cleared it up. Pros, learn how to doink. That is genuinely 4-2 if Itachi nails that.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know why they don't. They never learn. Someone make a training pack for doinks, and maybe they'll follow it. Good play from Astral again. I'll just look at the speed. He had no boost there. He had no right to score from that position, but Astral doesn't care.
Just taking full advantage of that 12 pad that he picks up and then instantly leaves the ground again. Shoots on the open net, and Vitality, despite taking that 2-goal lead, it seems like they've been chasing, trying to overextend more than they should, but 4 straight unanswered goals. And the first one for anybody other than Itachi on K-Corp just leaves a 2-goal deficit. And Vitality, if that chasing is going to continue, then I do think K-Corp have got the upper hand.
Yeah, they're certainly able to play their way out of Vitality squeeze. This is where Vitality need to do their best work. Passes into the center, setting up Alpha. That was a nice one, but Alpha's touch was sent over. Look at the speed from Itachi. Takes underneath. He just wanted to get a touch into the center there. Not the most mechanical player on Carmine Corp by his own admission. Seems to make sure he's passing that ball to his teammates. Sure he attempted. Very with 30 seconds left. Can Vitality give themselves a chance?
It's going to take a lot, but that's a chance for K-Dot to find Alpha. The backboard is there, but Astral with a gentle touch keeps it away from the boosters. K-Dot, very big though, towards Alpha. Saved away from Astral. Final 15 is Stake with 10 boost. Attempts to get it central. Astral just a little bit late to it, but they do not care if they get another because they've already secured the game. K-Corp coming back from a 2-goal deficit to bring 4 straight in a row. Double flip reset. No goal from it. But Astral really looking threatening.
Yeah, he looks like he's enjoying himself on the pitch right now. That double flip reset that he got at the end maybe would have led to an assist if the game hadn't ended with the ball touching the floor. What a player. Astral is 615 points.
The question about Astral has pretty much consistently been, sure, he's got the mechanics. Literally nobody's ever doubted that about him, and that's great. You know, he can lock them in. It always comes down to the question of, firstly, do his teammates support him in that endeavor? And secondly, is he able to rotate nicely around, you know, play as a teammate as well as he can do individually? And I think we saw it in that game as well.
I mean, it was a strong start from Vitality, but in the end, obviously, it didn't go their way. What were they missing? What is lacking on the Vitality side that caused the game to flip in such a way, Cole?
I feel like when they went 2 goals up, they maybe over-pushed just a little bit too much. And once Carmine Corp get in behind you, they have the mechanics to score from those positions every single time. They just had to... You know, it's very tempting to want to keep on pushing, try and get those extra goals. But sometimes, and I know, Stumpy, you're a big fan of continually aggressing. You just got to make sure you keep what you've got. Just 20 seconds or so to keep that 2-0 lead. Because as soon as they had it, they lost it.
Yeah, one of those situations where I think it just becomes a little bit harder to hold it on, especially when K-Corp start just doing ridiculous mechanics around the pitch as well. I mean, it's so exciting seeing Astral flipping around, getting those double resets. Will he be able to do it, though, on Forbidden Temple on a cold, rainy night?
There's no rain on my screen anyway. I think you're fabricating that one, Stumpy Goblin. But I think Astral can do it anywhere. The way he started that first game, he is going to be desperate to get the ball as much as possible. Vitality have to make sure that his effect is numbed somewhat, but he's already getting there. Yeah, but this is good for Vitality. Some freedom for Alpha to push forward, both his teammates behind him, moving forward in formation. Ended up getting a clean touch on it, but Stake, he's having a good series as well. He is breaking up so much of what Vitality are doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, I feel, for K-Corp, where you've got Astral, we're looking at him just move around the pitch and being wowed by it, and you're looking at Itachi scoring the goals. Stake is what is keeping them together and meaning that the holes on the backside aren't just completely open for Vitality to plunder. That is a decent chance, though. Shot just going and skimming in front of the net. Alpha to catch with 30 boost. Can he make magic happen? Great 50. I like that. Just stays in front of the ball, knows he can't shoot, but he does keep this possession, and that is what has led to this continued attack.
You mentioned magic happening, and I feel like Astral's car is misdirection. You know, he's flying about. He's trying to get double flip resets. Meanwhile, Stake and Itachi, they sleuth their way forward. And that's why Itachi's the one scoring the goals so far for Carmine Corp.
So you think it's like the opposite?
Look at me,
of
I'm
camouflage?
Astral. Yeah, exactly. And then...
Oh my dearie doodles. What on earth is that angle? It's actually launching so nicely and can then touch
His
it
wheel.
in just so softly with his wheels. K-Dot, not knowing what's going on, then suddenly has a ballistic missile through the windscreen.
I didn't see it, mate. I was too busy looking at Astral. He was there doing card tricks in the center. I had no idea. What did the goal look like?
I don't know anymore. I'm looking at Astral in the replay.
1-0 in game 2 to Carmine Corp. So far, so good for them right now. It's the 40% of us that predicted that they would take this series. So far, Vitality not exactly looking like their best, as we saw before in the major. Carmine Corp finding it way too simple to pass their way around them. And these pre-jumps of Vitality, they've tried a few of them, which I respect, but they're not really coming off so far.
No, not working, but I think early season is potentially the chance to try out just a couple of those plays. You know, mix it up, see how you're going to then continue to aggress the rest of the season, or even, like, you know, be more defensive, whatever it ends up being, whatever your game style plan that you're feeling out is. But for Vitality, it just comes down to figuring out how to beat the team in front of you, especially considering the most recent result that we cannot overstate how disappointing that was at the fall major. They just need to firstly make it back and then prove that they are more than a top 14 team in the world.
Oh, they've hit one. K-Dot's matched that one. The Stake was defending it really well again on the backboard. So it doesn't come to too much. But Vitality have improved since going a goal behind in this second game, in my opinion. They're getting much more of the ball, more clean touches. But when it comes time to that final pass where they really want to cut through Carmine Corp, it's just not quite reaching them. They're not quite making it. And then he's go solo a little bit more, trying to overpass, and it's being read fairly simply. I mean, I'm also spotting Carmine Corp, I was going to say, defending very deep as well. They're not afraid to let Vitality have possession in their own half.
And tell you what, I think that is because of some of those pre-jumps. If you're seeing your opponent pre-jump, that means either you need to match them in the pre-jump, at which point, if your opponent's passing, they can just, you know, not go for that pass. If you've seen Alpha start flying, you then just keep it low, and then you've got all the cards in your hand. Or you force the opponents to sit further back, and then you don't let them go for those. You know, they can get the shot, sure, but they're just trying to get it quickly. They're not trying to get it as a good shot necessarily. Speaking of good shots, Itachi just below the crossbar again, the second goal for him.
Yeah, Stake just bundling it forward. Alpha's touch not ideal. I think he wanted K-Dot to help him a little bit more. And Fairy Peak was there. The rotation a little bit wide. And they get a boost. And a pause has been requested by Carmine Corp. So potentially one of those guys lagging or something a little bit off on the Carmine Corp side of things.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit like Alpha has some high ping. So just going to try and figure out what is going on with that. I know before the series he was saying his route is being a little bit funny. Harsh for that to happen when you're playing in the RLCS, but that you know how it is, or when you're in a gaming session and then suddenly your internet goes down and you're like, finally, I was good at the game, and now the internet gods are against me.
It's what we call in this business, we call the live curse. It's that during rehearsal, during prep, everything works perfect, and then when it's game time, all of a sudden audio messes up, video messes up. Obviously, for a player to have internet issues on a big day where it matters the most. I mean, absolutely devastating. But my thing is, okay, now you get a little bit of a timeout, right? What do you do we talked about regrouping, kind of collecting your, I don't know, kind of tying together the team, okay? Seeing where there's loose ends. How important is it to use this little bit of timeout, this free timeout, to talk over strats?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's strats necessarily for Vitality. I mean, if they're playing...
It's motivational?
Yeah, if they're just not quite in the zone together, either individually or as a team, and that's what you can talk about here. Equally, you know, I mean, they'll have Matt on the call with them. Maybe he is talking through some of the tactics that can be changed. Maybe they're going against the game plan. Maybe they want to go to plan B because plan A isn't working for sure. But there's a lot that you can talk about during these times. We've seen actually in the since timeouts have been brought in the majors last season and in game sevens in this season, there have been some massive swings in series where teams looked down and out. And then that extra minute where they can talk things through, completely check their opponent's momentum. Suddenly they get a couple of games, say, and they're back in it. So this is, hopefully, for the sake of this series, Stumpy, going to be a good thing for Vitality.
I mean, Vitality have got, I think, one of the strongest coaches that we've seen in Rocket League, with now behind them and being able to talk them through what is actually happening in this and having this extra time to identify, look, this is an issue, this is what's going on, how do we sort that out? Maybe he just says to K-Dop, stop pre-jumping. My God, you've hit one. Chill out. I appreciate it looks cool, but no.
Speaking of coaches, right? For the viewers at home that may be new to Rocket League, right? What is the role of the coach, and how important is it for the coach to? I mean, what is the coach's job in a situation like this, right? In an overtime, what is it that you tell the team? You know, obviously maybe it's a little bit different, but the importance of a coach.
Yeah, there's something that I think is different in Rocket League compared to a game like, you know, like a MOBA or like an FPS, like esport, where you can talk strats, you can change it up completely how you're playing. In Rocket League, it's the 7-minute-ish microcosm, and that's where a coach has to come in and say, look, you know what? We just need to play how we play. Keep the motivation up. You said motivation earlier, Orb. That's exactly what Mount needs to do. Talk to them about it. You're not going to change anything within a series. Barely in a day are you going to change what your strats are. You just need to hold it together. And Astral immediately has duct taped his router back together, and he has made an incredible double tap out of it.
That's real tough, isn't it? You know, you spend 2.5 minutes. I think it was Astral's internet actually that was struggling. He left the game and then rejoined. So meanwhile, Vitality are thinking, okay, we can talk this through, we can figure this one out. And then about 4 seconds after they come back, Astral gets the goal, and it's like, oh, we were just sort of talking about how that was going to be the point where we brought ourselves back into this one. It's like, how do you quickly recover from there?
And Alpha just hits clips. It's like, oh, Astral rather. It's like, oh, okay then, fair enough.
I mean, like, I feel like every time Vitality venture forward, it is just playing into K-Corp's hands. You know, Carmine Corp are defending very easily against Vitality, and this is a team that can struggle when the pressure is against them in Carmine Corp. But right now, that's not happening. So, like,
I just want to defend that save very quickly from K-Dop. It looked really bad from his perspective, but he had such a tiny bump on his back from Astral that then meant that he didn't jump off how he wanted to. He wasn't positioned correctly, and then I don't believe he could have used his jump either. That's why he didn't dodge into it and why he just was in a bad place. But that did not look good from K-Dop. And ultimately, you know, game one, they were looking good. They were up that 2 goals. They were doing all right. It's because they had pressure. K-Corp have identified that. They know what happened, and now they are trying to go for as much pressure as they possibly can, getting those weird little touches. Look at Itachi, just wait. And Fairy Beat's given it to him. That was 5-6 seconds that's now been burned in the midfield. Nothing's happened for Vitality. They can slow it down for K-Corp. Astral just to the backboard. Doesn't need to think of scoring. Brilliant time management from them. K-Corp, despite that disconnection, Astral came in, scored a double tap, and they get their second game of this series.
They keep going for this angled pre-jump pass. And I think there was once where K-Dop actually connected and then State defended it really easily on the backboard. Apart from that, I don't think it's ever actually been met by a Vitality player. And I'm just wondering why that hasn't been identified as a little bit of a failed tactic. You know, maybe it has been working in scrims, maybe it has been working in training, but right now on the day, it's not quite happening. So just take a touch, go for a 50-50, try and push your way through to the K-Corp half rather than booming it there in one pass. I don't know. It's the first thing that I noticed right now for Team Vitality.
Yeah, and keeping it grounded as well. What that means is you force a defender to come out and meet you somewhere in the midfield. You can then get that 50. Bear in mind the incredible ability on Vitality to have those 50s. We do have a couple of updates, I believe, from different series that are happening at the same time.
Well, that's the thing. There is so much going on. There's so much to keep track of. Obviously, we can't be broadcasting every game. Otherwise, this show would be lasting forever. Some of you guys might see that as a good thing, but we got to keep things a little bit snappy. We just want to make a push, essentially, for the fact that there are so many team streams going on. So if you feel like you want to watch a specific team, guess what? Team streams are up. I've been checking out BDS, who's currently playing against Singularity. They're currently up 2-0 in games, currently 2-1 in this game. It's looking like it's going to be a sweep for BDS. I don't know. Is that something that you guys expected? I want to say maybe yes, based on fall major results.
I mean, 2-1, did you say? Oh, no, 2-0 so far, 2-1 in that
Yeah, 2-0 and now 3-1 in the game.
fair play to Singularity for keeping, I've just checked the scores as well, forcing an overtime in that first game and then having it be 2-1 in the second. That is what I'm seeing from Singularity. That's pretty good. Carmine Corp as well, they are currently streaming. That is on KAMET0 on that channel. And Vitality, they are also live on twitch.tv/Vitality. So go check them out if you fancy it. Otherwise, game 3, Cole, is it just a sweep for Carmine Corp?
I'd love to hype it up as like, no, Vitality can definitely come back. I'm not believing that just yet, but that is why I'm not a pro player, that and the skill problem, because I give up too easily, Stumpy. Vitality don't.
Idiot. Cool, Cole.
Yeah.
Look at that touch from Alpha. Managed to force that own goal with Itachi. And then Astro did come in, try and get that save away, because he knew essentially Itachi, he touches that in no matter what happens, but bundled home for Vitality. Their first goal since the start of game number 1. It's going to be a confidence booster. Alpha still trying to go for their ceiling shots. Not able to get it off that time. And so onto the left wall. Stake finds Astral. Maybe team play starting to be the order of the day over in K-Corp HQ.
You were saying in the last game as well that keeping the ball grounded could be beneficial for Vitality. That was from the ground, that goal right there. When it's in the air, you saw that Carmine Corp have a little bit more control over every touch they make as they go for one of those pre-jump passes themselves, show Vitality how it's done. That's just trying to come in, but Fairy Peak got in the way. That's more good play from Vitality. Ball just falls to Itachi there. K-Dop is scrambling back. And a good pre-flip there from Fairy Peak, an important one as well. And now they have actually somewhat broken through Carmine Corp. Can they get the pass? Not quite there, but it's looking a little bit better for Vitality.
Yeah, outsped in the air yet again. There's nobody to meet Astral. 2 players from Carmine Corp go to attack that ball. Fairy Peak, he just gives it back to K-Corp, which I don't like seeing. There he could have slowed it down, had a call from a teammate, you know, like, hey, you have space, you have time. That time call is so important. If he doesn't get that, then he's going to rush it because he thinks there's going to be somebody challenging him. But now it's the chance for K-Dop to keep being aggressive. A good demo from Astral onto Alpha, the battle of the A's.
In the corner, here is Alpha. Look at Astral, look how speedy he is. Just meeting up there. He is having a flawless series so far. Every time Astral touches the ball, Vitality are in trouble.
It's it's assist city. And Stake shooting that puts it so awkwardly between Alpha and K-Dop because K-Dop has to come from high to low and Alpha has to go across the net onto that right-hand side of the goal, left if you're shooting. Shooting it there means that both of them try and go for it, but neither of them can quite get it. It's just out of reach. Great placement.
If you had to study why everybody predicted that Carmine Corp would be a, let's say, top 3 team in EU this season, this series shows why. Every player on the pitch for Carmine Corp, all 3 of them, are doing what's expected of them. Astral is doing the impossible. You know, he's keeping the ball connected to his car as he goes around the pitch in a way that really nobody else, at least in EU, can do. Okay? Stake, he's playing a bit more simply, but he's getting so many great touches. He's pre-flipping to get in his opponent's way. He's doing everything right, you know, to his level of mechanics. And then Itachi is always dangerous. He's looking for those passes. He is getting in the way, making sure that it's not easy for Vitality to play out. And just look how well it works. They're a well-oiled machine right now.
Heck, that was nice. Kato with a pretty poor touch and Astral removing him for his sins. Alpha forced into a pre-jump because Itachi fakes the shot after he's been so deadly. And Stake can just shoot it in the now much more open goal mouth. 2 goals for K-Corp with just 2 minutes remaining in this game. It may well be series over. We just need to see something more from Vitality. Stop chucking possession away. That's the biggest thing I've seen.
Well, that was better there from K-Dop, going for an air dribble. And
That's
it
good.
led to this pressure. The finish not quite there. It was K-Dop, the man who started it all, that had the chance. Couldn't quite put it away. Vitality have definitely improved in this 3rd game as 2 of them bundle into the ball to make sure it doesn't end up in their goal. And then a breezy flick, I think that was there from Astral off the wall. Why not when you're Astral and you're playing like this? Itachi's going to hit the post. No, it's just going to go in. Straight from the wall there. There was Itachi, and it's found its way home. K-Dop couldn't quite meet it. And instead, it is 3-1 now to Carmine Corp, and it's looking pretty dangerous for Vitality. Really shown enough in the last few games that makes you think that they can come back in the next minute and a half. But 1 goal can change everything. We've seen it before. Fairy Peak's trying to get it going, bundling that ball forward. Low on boost, though. And it's actually with no boost at all. He's petrifying the Vitality defense. It fell to Fairy Peak in the end. They do meet one of their pre-jumps. Vitality have shown why they have been going for these since the off. This is the moment that they have been building up to as K-Dot beats Astral to the balls. Stumpy, rejoice, it works.
I had the Astral bug. My internet went all fuzzy for a while, and then I came back and an amazing goal was scored. Maybe that's just what happens in 2022. Bad internet leads into awesome goals, and Vitality, they've found themselves back in it. Only one separating them. With a minute remaining, it comes down to this for Vitality. Otherwise, they're losing 0-3. Then they're not in a good position.
I'm believing in it again there. Fairy Peak just tried to set up K-Dot, and I was like, it's going to happen again. They're going to get 2 in a row. But sadly, that one was met by, I think, 2 Carmine Corp defenders, showing how readable it is. But there's some great demoing from Fairy Peak. K-Dot's 1-on-1. Fairy Peak can shoot. It in. Vitality get themselves back.
That just positioning from Fairy Peak. I thought that touch from K-Dot was so far. Astral really should have challenged that earlier. Fairy Peak is parked. That man needs to claim on the insurance for the damage that K-Dot did to his car because he was not driving.
Brilliant. Well done, Vitality. I didn't believe it was possible with 2 goals needed. Carmine Corp, are you going to kill this story before it has a chance to flourish? The Vitality reverse sweep. Here's Fairy Peak to the backboard. He can go. Alpha's arriving. Oh, but what an interception from Stake.
Chance now for K-Dot. Sort of tries to find Alpha, then also just shoots it at Itachi, so nothing came from that play. Itachi to the ceiling, State to the shot. Alpha clearing away from the top corner. It leaves Astral now to work on this play. Up high goes low. Itachi. Brilliant placement on that ball and just fakes out, I think it was K-Dot on the back wall, no, Alpha on the back wall. He just has to hold it for a second and then touch it. I don't know why Alpha jumped and then flipped. Honestly, that looked like a misflip to me, but Itachi taking full advantage. 17 seconds, KC lead.
Such good finishing there from Itachi, and this could finish the series. Is there a fake? There's 1 or 2. Here's Stake. Tries to get it over the top. Vitality need this ball on the other side of the pitch immediately. This 50-50 could be it, but look at the intelligence there from Itachi. One more chance for a pass. The pre-jump has worked to an extent. Stake's already up for it. Wants to send this ball downwards, but Fairy Peak is going to go up against him. Carmine Corp are going to see the series away in a sweep.
We said it was there was that friendly rivalry between Vitality and Carmine Corp, but that result is anything but friendly. A 3-0 on behalf of Carmine Corp. In the last, by what it looks like, in the last like matches that they have had, the last time that neither of the teams against each other had a single game won was back in the EU grid in spring. That was a 3-0 back in the day to Vodafone Giants, now Carmine Corp. So this does not happen often. Normally at least one game. Orb, me and you were stupid, I think. We went Vitality. It was a 3-0. What can we do?
Okay, first of all, we shouldn't say... you got to remember, you're talking to Chad as well, you know?
Mate,
I think...
my opinion of them.
No. Listen, I think we had faith, we had belief that it was going to go a certain way, and it didn't go their way this time. And that is okay. You know, the true winners are the fans, you know, regardless of who wins here tonight.
All those
the fans.
Stupid fans that went for Vitality. Those ones. I know them. I've heard
Listen,
of them.
I'm not going to say it. I want to stay on
sent
Chat's good side, okay? Maybe they'll keep it around a little bit longer.
You're new
Chat,
and young.
listen, we did okay.
We've learned. We're old and cynical now.
I mean, it is unfortunate for Vitality. It seemed like they were maybe catching up a little bit towards the end there, but... just wasn't enough fuel in the tank, I guess.
They showed a bit of fight, did Vitality, in the end. You know, I think that, like, we joked about it, but they really were going for that pre-jump pass a lot. Like, pretty much every time they had a chance to. I think they need to work on being a little bit less predictable. But, yeah, at least they showed that they're capable of getting a few goals when they need them.
So here we're checking out some of the other team streams. Like we mentioned before, we do have so many other games going on at the same time, and every team has their own stream that you are more than welcome to stop by and cheer for the team that the team you're rooting for. You know, you want to be there for them through the ups and the downs, whether they win or lose. You want to be there for them. Now, Williams Resolve versus EG here. Cole, any thoughts on this tied up game here?
I'm impressed by Williams' resolve. You know, they're always a very solid team. They're not exactly going to set the world alight with flair right now. They have the capability of doing it. That doesn't seem to be how
Would you say they're showing resolve?
Do you know what?
My God.
No, do you know what? I will say they're showing resolve. Thank you, Orb. Good one.
No,
Thank
you
you.
can't give him that.
Thank
I will.
can't.
Only this week, okay? Because he is
Okay.
our new host. We have to be nice, Stumpy, all right? But next week, or sorry, in 2 weeks' time, Orb, nah, I wouldn't say that.
Nah, none of that is flying. None of that.
Come on, man. Can't I just butt in like during when you guys are casting? Can't I just join and just like add my own commentary? What do you say, chat? Huh? I just join in.
Oh, no.
Wow, what a go.
It's brave to ask chat that question.
Listen, chat is brutal but honest, but I feel like there's love there somewhere. You know what I mean?
But this is a team that I'm very, very intrigued by over for Misfits, because they should realistically have been at the fall major. They were so close until the final hurdle, at which point they did badly, and the teams that they needed to also do badly to still keep them in it, they then ended up doing well. Misfits just missed out. It's a chance for them to have redemption here and still qualify for the winter major. This is the first step on that journey. Cole, I know that you are a big fan of Cash.
Yes, oh my goodness, he is such a good player. A fellow redhead, so shout out to him for that. But also his
So it's
Rocket League.
bias. So
No.
it's bias.
I
Hold
really
on
like
now,
this
wait a
player
minute.
Before I even knew that, and then it was also like, oh my god. But no,
I'll allow it.
he's absolute quality. He, mechanically speaking, is one of those players that can score goals that nobody else would think of. Astral-esque in that sense. Whenever he's played, you know, he always manages to score a few highlight goals. This is whether his general play, not getting in his teammates' way, etc., has been good enough for the standards that he will set for himself. But what a goal that is, though, from Team Queso. They're showing why they are so good. Very chaotic team, but when they get the passes going, it's really difficult to defend against.
Mate,
you know,
Vatira.
Rise came to prominence as well with Barrage when he was known as a little passer, so not surprising to see him nailing that one.
Mate, Vatira is one of the most exciting players we are going to be seeing come through the RLCS. I saw him play a load of matches on Johnny Boy's stream, and he absolutely blew me away. He became a chat favorite within 3 games of playing. Just the way that he is able to command a series and show off what he's able to do with the ball it's something that I know that a lot of the casters appreciate because he's brand new talent. But Jorby is a man that is there all about Misfits. He's part of the Misfits fan club. Let's see how he's feeling about the series.
Clears, because some of these 50s haven't gone their way. And so that's when you'll see the rotation break down a little bit. When Misfits, they got that confidence in the rotation, right? Third man will start sneaking up past midfield. And that's fine as long as you can make every 50 happen. But as soon as you lose 150 and one goes the way of Queso or the play goes against the flow of what you're expecting, then you can catch Misfits out on their rotation. Misfits have done the same thing to Queso. But I think Misfits have done a great job adjusting to what Queso have given them. Look at Arju just squeeze through 2 attackers. Just can't get to that final 50, and Vatira gets a free 50. Or a free clear, excuse me. Joyo's just got a free ball in front of it. What a save from Matane. Not easy at all, and he can't do it again. But another free shot in front off of a big 50 win. Matane gets that first touch out, and you saw Cash try to get up and make that 50 against Vatira. You understand why he goes for that 50 there. He thought, or go for the challenge, he thought he could beat Vatira to the ball. But Vatira was just a little closer, and you can't really blame him too much for that decision. You're talking centimeters. But there's plenty of time for Misfits. They've been able to respond to Queso before. They have
not a guarantee, especially with the way that Evil Geniuses have come back from 2-0 down before in just this series alone. So we got to be kidding, especially with touches like that. Prime out to the side with 15 seconds left, Hyperia. We just got to hold on.
Well, that tiny tap from Radisson over, it could make it so much more awkward. So many seconds off the clock into the center. Catal is back to Ivan to the sky side and reads it. Quick retort as Rizek still struggling in the corner of the wrestling. They need to keep the ball up now as well. They've got one job and they do it. Williams resolve.
All right, Williams resolve. Able to clutch that one out. Stumpy, thoughts on this?
Williams resolve, they had to do it. They looked really good against EG. Going into that game 5 as well, it's a hard place to try and, battle from, but they certainly seem to be a team that is very, very inspired. And may I say, showing quite a lot of resolve here.
Hey, we did it! We did it!
That is genius. That is
Thank
really
you.
good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Wow. You were against me in the beginning, Stumpy, but I feel like,
No, I came up with that myself. I came up with it.
Yeah, that's really clever, Stumpy.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. That's what I
okay. Now I feel left out all of a sudden.
I feel left out.
No. It's fine. It's fine. The 2 caster buddies. It's fine.
The caster buddies.
Listen, you got to remember, chat. This is only round 1. As many close games as we've had, and we are getting to the end here as well. Misfits.
5. They have stolen away the game from Misfits in the final minute off of 2 massive physical plays. 1 from Joyo, 2 from Rise. The bumps are big from Queso, and now Misfits are tasked with a Herculean task on Champions Field. They got to score 2 in about 30 seconds, and they already withstanding more pressure from Queso. Vatira, not enough boost. Matane knows it, but he just gives up possession back to Rise. Cash, he misses the read. Joyo, the touch is good off the post, and 3 goals for Queso on Champions Field. Likely closes this one out for Misfits. Cash missing that read. A little bit of a ghost hit there. Thank you, Psionics, for that one, but that's okay. Even if Cash touches that ball, it's probably still a goal. Queso came to play in Game 5. The only difference is those bumps. Otherwise, the Misfits rotation was decent. But they just don't have an answer against these bumps. That one bump from Matane onto Rise, it's like, why is Rise there? Why am I getting bumped right now? Is probably what he's thinking. But instead, it's Queso and Vatira putting in one more goal for the road. And that is going to do it.
All right. Misfits not being able to do it, sadly. That's going to wrap up once again, this is round 1. All right. I said it before. We have to throw it back because it got exciting. Okay. We wanted to do the listenings, and, we were yapping too much, Sometimes it's okay. You guys got to be like, shh, less is more. Less is more. We got to send back to the...
Do we have to do it in that patronizing way?
Do
we have to really be that patronizing? Like, just shh.
Oh, can you please? Please.
Oh,
stop
talking, man.
Perfect. All right, you know what? I'll take it. But like I said, it is only round 1, guys, of day 1. Don't forget, we have so much more in store for you guys. We are going to talk about the results. We had some interesting happenings, to say the least, here in round 1 between some of the teams. So we will discuss this and much more right after the break. Please stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
And just like that, we are back from the break. The bills have been paid, and we got a lot more great Rocket League coming right up. Cole, Stumpy, so far after round one, obviously we got to check out only the one game. How are you guys feeling so far? Okay, you guys thought maybe Vitality would put on a little bit more of a show?
Yeah, a little bit more.
A lot more of a show?
A lot more of a show, but I think it did go to show that K-Corp are potentially feeling it again. You know, Astra looked incredibly confident. That was a lot of fun to see. Around these groups, though, I think we need to give a lot of credit to Singularity. Although you can see BDS won, Singularity 0 ultimately. It did go to the first game was a 1-0 overtime win with BDS. And then Singularity did win a game by going 4-3 with a 2.5 minute long overtime. That is a very, very good pickup for Singularity. Awesome start to the stage for BDS, though. Of course, we expect them to top that group. Luminosity, brand new org to Rocket League, which is amazing to see them here. Welcome. You have immediately walked into your first win. That was a 3-0 versus 00 Nation. Otherwise, I think it was nice to see what, Vatira was putting up. I'm a big fan of him. Williams Resolve, also, we saw them right at the end. They reverse swept Evil Geniuses.
Can I just say a massive shout out to Na'Vi? You see them there in Group D. 0-1. Game differential of 0 because poor old Virtuoso, his internet is not working today. Apparently there's a massive sort of downage where he lives. So he's had to forfeit at least the first series against his old team Endpoint. So if there is not a sea of Fs in chat for Virtuoso, then I don't even know what we're doing here.
He also tweeted saying he was so excited to get going again. Finally back in the RLCS after, I think it was 10 months or something. And then the internet goes down. We said how hard it can be, but man, it can just be so rough.
I mean, you got to feel for them. I mean, once again, when it matters the absolute most, yes, you can have issues during training, whatever. But especially since the tweet came out, I'm so excited. I really hope they're able to regroup a little bit here. I really hope the connection issues are going to be resolved. But yeah, it's got to sting. It's got to sting as a kind of a first matchup. And it's going to be interesting how they're going to do against, I believe they have Vitality coming up next for them.
Yeah.
But checking out the schedule here, round 2. Cole, what is a series here that you think the viewers should check out?
Well, I really hope the Vitality versus Na'Vi series goes ahead, first and foremost.
Well, the thing is, Cole, just quickly about Vitality and Na'Vi is that they both showed up the same amount in that first round.
BDS versus Luminosity. What a series that will be.
You're making no friends. You're making 0 friends this show.
The major winner in BDS, the big bad scary BDS versus the team that Extra said is more than one to watch in Luminosity. That will be an absolutely brilliant series of.
Like I said, we're going to have our matchup going on here. We got many team streams going on, but our matchup that we're going to showcase is going to be Dig versus Team Queso. We're going to have a fan vote going as well, starting here in a little bit. Cole, what do you think? All right, Dig looked really strong during the fall major. Are they going to continue in the same fashion?
Yes, I think that any question marks over Dignitas have long been swatted away. I wasn't too certain when they brought in Scrub, but I've been proven wrong time after time after time after time. So Dignitas, they are without question one of the top teams in EU, if not the world. One of the best to watch. The mechanical ceiling is the highest. But Team Queso, they keep beating teams that, they'd be expected to lose against. They keep appearing here. They've qualified for every single one of these regionals, which nowadays is no mean feat at all. Dignitas, I believe, are going to take this one. But, whenever I see Team Queso, a result or a clip or just chat about them, you have to just drown them in credit.
Yeah.
Chat, please get involved with the fan vote, okay? Let us know what you guys are predicting, what you guys think of this. I think it's gonna be Dig here, right? I think the fan vote is going to be Dig. Stumpy, what do you think? All right, do you agree with us?
I am
Dig and toss.
I'm a Dig fanboy. I'm a big Dig fanboy. I like them a lot. They are a lot of fun to watch. Everybody had issues with Scrubkiller joining, but he's done well.
But I'm like,
But apparently Jack scored one of the most incredible doinks that I've seen. It was posted to Twitter. It was amazing. It's Dignitas all the way, baby. Let's go, Jack!
All right, we're 3 for 3 up here. I wonder if chat will agree with us when the results come in. Let's see, 87%. See, we're synced up, okay? It's unspoken and spoken synergy going on right now, okay? Chat 2 casters. It's going to be interesting, okay? I do want to see Dig pop off. It would be amazing. And I mean, once again, round 2, my friends. We have so much more in store for you guys. I mean, yeah, is there anything else you guys want to add before heading into the series?
Just at the last time these two teams played, it went all the way to Game 7 when everybody overwhelmingly predicted Dignitas. So maybe this one goes to 5 and is brilliant.
Let's see what happens.
Who won it? Who won it last time?
It was Dignitas in that Game 7. Queso won. Game 6, it was 1-0. It was nervy, but Dignitas just about pulled away at the end. But Team Queso, they've got more experience since then. They're better since then. More control of the pitch. You know, they're not afraid to chuck themselves at the ball, to have all 3 players diving at it, happy to play in the chaos. But Dignitas, they are just so good and controlled and petrifying.
Vatira there with a little bit of an iffy touch, and Joris reading it perfectly. Actually gets the 50 with Vatira, sends it central. Big man Scrubkiller waiting in the center. And we were talking a little bit, or I was talking a little bit about Vatira originally, back before we went to the break.
Yeah, your man.
He's a new up-and-coming French player, and genuinely, I think that's all I have to say. Like, he is somebody that has garnered the respect of every single pro player in France. Fairy Peak has said that he is a brilliant player. I think it was Fairy. A load of them have just identified him as like, he is the new talent. It's going to work. He is going to do well.
They're just players landing on the ball all over the place. First, there was a bump from Joyo when somebody from Dignitas was going for an air dribble there. And then just when Joyo, or maybe his teammate, was going to get the ball, suddenly I think the same Dignitas player fell on it. So a few weird seconds there of gameplay, which I think Queso will be more than happy with. That's the sort of series that they want to create. You can see there, Joyo cutting up Vatira, which is, you know, ultimately a bad thing in the moment. But that is the way they play. They want to surprise their opponents and make sure that Dignitas can't get an easy read on this game.
I think something that we learned at the full major is that not every double commit is bad. Sometimes it can work, and it can be very advantageous to do it. You don't have to worry about it too much. Technically there, that was a double commit, but Jack escapes with the ball and Joris with the pre-jump shot. They're not always bad, and I think that's something that Dignitas know, and it's something that they don't want to do often necessarily because of how clean they do like to play. But with Queso, man, they just thrive in the chaos of it all.
I mean, they're not always bad, but Vatira and Rise in particular have been guilty of being on the same ball once or twice too many times in the opening 2 minutes of this game, if you ask me, and that's why they're having these struggles in defense. That's better. Rise in front of the ball. Joyo rotating out. There's Vatira. Wants to get the second touch. The air dribble bump, but it's saved away by apparently Jack.
I love that you can just see the 1v1 brains of Dignitas turn of like, he's going for an air dribble bump, and Jack is like, look, don't worry, lads. Scrub, you're about to get peppered by a Frenchman. Don't worry about it. I'm going to save it regardless. I love that. I just like seeing them read each other and have to really 400 IQ their way out of the situation. But Dignitas still in the lead. Queso putting on good showing up front.
Oh, lovely. Look at that. The musty flick onto the backboard. Joe was following it as well. And it falls to Vatira, who comes from the ceiling. Wants to get a decent dunk on apparently Jack. And these challenges from Team Queso are looking very good. You know, they're looking effective. They're forcing the ball where they want it to go. It's when Dignitas can get a bit of control for themselves that they look really absolutely vicious. As always, that's a good touch from Vatira. Joris already up. And Joris wins it clean. And look at Scrubkiller. He's already going as well. He has slotted in better than really anybody expected with Joris and apparently Jack.
Yeah, for sure. Seeing Scrubkiller on that roster, and when we initially saw the tweet saying that he was on that team, we were worried, but Scrub, he has nailed that goal as much as he's nailed his appearance on this famous roster. Just such a tight turn onto the ball. Rise can't get back in time, and it's something that I think Scrub does add into this team, and it's weird saying that he is a veteran player. We've known him since he was 13 playing Rocket League, and now that he has...
Since he was playing Battle Cars.
Yes, yeah. Since he was like single digits playing like Battle Cars, like back in the day, and being able to know that he's a world champion and to be able to coach and guide Jack and Joris through, it's awesome to see. The respect on that team is second to none. It's just phenomenal, and it has worked. Disappointing finish for them at the fall major, only getting top 8, coming up against a fiery Semper who just looked phenomenal on the day. There's a chance for Queso to get their first goal against that miraculous squad.
It was a really good play there from Vatira. Not quite beating Scrub Killer, but just making sure the ball couldn't have any control from Scrub Killer. And that was enough to tee Rise up and get Queso back in this first game with 1 minute and 22 seconds left. What can they do from the kickoff? Can we get it involved? It's a bit of a kickoff delay there from apparently Jack, so it falls to Jorios, who wants to bundle it home with those 1v1 skills. But Joyo, not for the first time in this series, stands up when challenged directly in a 1v1 situation by a Dignitas player and keeps it at 2-1.
Oh, that's such a lovely turn there from Jack. Forces Rise to come onto that ball, so then he's going to be able to turn on it and continue being aggressive. It's that fake challenge coming in clutch. For under a minute left, Vatira at the back with full boost. Jack is already up and gets the challenge, knowing exactly what Vatira is going to do, because that is the optimum way to play. Jack downloading his opponent.
It's another good touch though from Joe. I think he's going to have this second one cleanly. Is he? No, again, apparently Jack flinging his car at the ball, making sure it's only a 50-50 that they get, but they can still do so much damage with it. There is Vatira, your man, Stumpy, and he's playing very well.
Absolutely lovely shot. Goes via that 100, waits for the ball to bounce, and Jorius, because he commits to the corner, gives him space, gets the double tap on the air dribble. It's crossbar down. It's phenomenal placement, and it was outplaying Jorius in the corner that just left that space for him. Awesome stuff. Queso, draw it level.
Here they come again from the sky. A volley of offense from Team Queso, and it's met by Joe. They look like the better team right now. Team Queso. As Vatira beats Scrub Killer. I think Dignitas just want to slow this game down. They'll probably take overtime at this point, to be quite honest. Give themselves just like a couple of seconds to breathe and relax. Managed to put their stamp back on this game.
So Scrub just in the net then, just going for an inside out. Not even save, just a little mosey around. Was quite enjoyable to watch. And now we're at 0 seconds. Chance for Vatira to show a bit more magic off the corner. Joris has to get a touch, doesn't. Joya with the catch, Central with the pass. Rise! On target! And the first game going to Queso.
Look at this flick right here. Joris misses it short, but that from Joya, he catches it. He flings it. Rise is already ready for it. Team Queso, we say they're chaotic, but their comms are sublime.
That pass from Joyo, you're right, I didn't even mention that. Just the catch and the insta-flick. That's what he needed to do. Scrub was there, ready to come down on him. Joris with the whiff in the corner, though. He can't let that happen, ultimately. Awesome, awesome play from Queso to keep it up. Brilliant.
Listen, we're not nervous. We're not nervous.
So good.
Can I switch? I want to switch. I want to go Team Queso after seeing that. The way
No.
You're not going to let me switch?
You cannot switch. Come on, that is no. Listen, Chad. We are not nervous. We are not. We're cool, calm, collected. That's what we are. Cool, calm, collected. But I gotta say, that's what I love about Rock. I love that a series, a match can be so close, and then it's like it's a buzzer beater. The ball goes up. Either somebody misses or there's a touch somewhere, and it sets up a goal. I don't know. I love that. I don't know. Anything can happen.
It changes so quickly.
0-0-0.
As well, I mean, it was 2-0 to Dignitas with, I think, 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, one Queso goal just switches everything. That was a lovely game of Rocket League. I adore the way Team Queso play. I see.
I want to give Orb just a quick chance. Do you want to switch? I'll give you the opportunity.
No, I'm not switching.
Take it.
Me and all of chat, we're standing strong.
No, I don't want to stand strong.
I respect that, Orb. Good man. Standing
Don't
strong,
respect
unlike
me.
Coward Cool Cole.
I'll be a coward.
Forbidden Temple. Is there going to be a different result on here? Or do Queso do well right out of the gate and just continue punishing what Dignitas do not want them to punish?
It's such a good start for Team Queso. I mean, they have to go into these series at maximum confidence. Team Queso are the sort of team that if they're not feeling it, they will not be anywhere near their level. You know, the sort of the more secure and rotation-oriented teams. They can not really be playing that well, but they'll grind out a victory. Team Queso are not that sort of team. They have to come up against Dignitas entirely on the front foot, which is what they continue to do in that first game. But this is the danger, because Dignitas can counter that so easily, but it's saved well by Rise.
I'd also say that I don't think Queso have played nearly as chaotic as we kind of set them up to. I think that they've just been in good positions for it, so they've not needed to swarm the ball. But Vatira underneath it, not enough boost really to go for an air dribble. That was just easily caught out by the defender. But Yeah, I think not quite as chaotic as I was initially expecting them to be.
They certainly started
being,
that way.
Yeah, but still being a lot for Dignitas to try and overcome.
Well, apparently Jack is trying to overcome the first defender. He managed it, but only to Joyo, who is defending on the backboard very well, but they get into a little bit of trouble, do Team Queso. And there is Jorios of a car that looks like cheese, bundling it home.
Awkward touch, though, from Joyo, and then Vatira not able to read it nicely. Rise and Vatira combining together to score, I think, the first own goal that we have seen. No, Itachi technically got an own goal in that first game. But it was
the one that bounced off the post about 10 times.
Does that count as an own goal? I don't think it goes in unless Itachi touched it.
Yeah, Itachi touched it.
Yeah. I was going to say taught it. But taught is the wrong word.
That doesn't make any sense.
What are you doing, brain?
You tried, mate. You tried to talk.
Give it a go. This is why you're the words writer.
Yeah, Vatira hit ball, backboard, Rise score.
Oh, that you feel silly. But it's still pressure, continued until Scrub removes Vatira from the center of the pitch. Jack trying to flick it round one, and Jack's playstyle is so predictable, like with his rotations, and yet so impossible to actually play against. Going for a flick, didn't go high enough. He immediately turns ball come off and drives at a player. And he'll do that every single time, and yet the defense firstly has to deal with it, and secondly has to predict it. Vatira predicts an awkward touch from Jorias. It just falls to him in the midfield. Rise with that touch, from Scrub Killer rather, and it just means that Vatira able to send it to the far post.
Yeah, it was a smart little finish there from Rise at the near post. It's made it difficult for Scrub Killer, also because it was hitting it on the half volley, so Scrub couldn't really dig his car underneath it, if you see what I mean, which meant it just rolled towards Vatira, whose finish still had to be good, and here he comes again. When he dribbles, it looks so controlled. You know, he is a player that loves playing with the ball on the floor, loves squaring up against 2 or 3 opponents, and just putting the ball past them, but Scrub Killer, he only needs one chance himself.
Good touch from Jack to find him. I love that, just faking on that sidewall, so Ryzen has to stay grounded, and the position from Scrub Killer to be low and then immediately get up as quick as he can is brilliant. Gives them the lead with about half the game left.
Any interesting kickoff strats here? Not particularly, just Vatira bundling through that one. Scrub's then touch isn't ideal. Joyo's almost is going for that flip reset off the wall. So Team Queso still showing that confidence as Dignitas come forward again. Apparently Jack behind this ball, wanting to charge it forward. This is where Dignitas, we're feeling really comfortable. It seems that the defending from Queso is just going straight back to them. And Jorios, I mean, you can't give that man that much space.
Oh my god.
What?
Reading that
flip as well.
The pre-flip into the flip reset above 2 defenders after reading it from the ceiling. Rocket League calls have become more and more ridiculous since Jorias became a pro player, because he just ties together like 9 things, and if you say them to like anybody who doesn't know Rocket League, it sounds very gamery. Just incredible stuff. Apparently Jack can finish off that shot from Jorias. 4-1, and I cannot wait to hear the comms video for this.
I am so happy that Orb didn't let me change my prediction. Dignitas are always going to see this series away. Look how easy they're making it look, getting these touches in the Team Queso defense. I mean, that is where Team Queso was struggling somewhat against Dignitas. You still back them to be able to score another goal or 2. But can they keep them out for the next minute or 2? Need to score here. Scrub Killer saving it well. I mean, Scrub Killer, he just does his job very well for Dignitas, doesn't he?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like on Dig, everyone's got their own role, and while there is a lot of overlap, I think all of them, as you know, every Rocket League team should be able to do everything the others can. I think they're a team that embodies it more than anyone. Nobody has a very distinct playstyle on there, because they all try and play the most perfect game they can. Scrub there, going for the thing that I said was so quintessentially Jack, where he didn't get the shot off, and so he just ball cam off, drive at a player.
They're happy to adapt as well. On the rare occasion that Jorias and apparently Jack just don't have their shooting boots on, their egos aren't so high that they still don't see the fact that Scrub Killer can come forward. They're okay for him taking that role. Oh!
No way. No.
But
no.
What if...
Nope.
What?
No, sir.
So that wasn't a goal?
Nope. Not a goal.
Should have been a goal.
Nope. No, it shouldn't have been a goal. Nah. That's impossible to score. That's the thing. That unbelievably open net was impossible to score from Joya, so I'm not bothered, and Jorias gets another one to go.
the duality of Rocket League. You know, on one hand, these are all quite good Rocket League players. You'd expect them to be able to score open goals every now and then. One of them missed an open goal. That's unfortunate. And Joreuz just goes to show the level of skill that they do have, banging the ball in the goal from an angle he had no right to score from. Almost bounces off Scrub Killer and goes in again. But I think it's safe to say this is going to be Dignitas's game. And this is why people love watching Dignitas.
Regain. Go next. Happens. I'm Rocket League Pro Twitter when something bad happens.
Regain. Sad face.
Regain. Go next. You've got this, bro. King. Goated on the stakes. I hate that now everyone's a goat, by the way. It literally, you can't. Not everyone is the greatest of all time. Grow up. Some people are just bubble players. 20 seconds left in this game. Scrub Killer just getting out of the way of one of his teammates.
Please
First
score,
the own goal.
Queso.
Queso just having a couple of chances, fall on net, isn't able to make it happen. Joreuz kind of flipping away. We said before that it looked like Astral was feeling it. Oh, nearly the pre-jump from Jack. But now it looks like every single player on Dignitas is feeling it. And it just looks like a freestyle, free play lobby.
It looks like they, as a whole, are just enjoying themselves over here on Forbidden Temple. I mean, what a lovely performance that was from Dignitas. Joreuz, though, he got 737 points. I mean, to be fair, Scrub got 506, so not a bad performance from him either. But the goals that Joreuz was banging in, average by his standards.
But he was high-flying just like a 737. That's just how well he did in that game. 7 shots for him, 3 goals out of them. Awesome play. From what I saw there, Orb, I don't know if you were like looking at that series as much. I know you're keeping an eye on everything else that's going on this awesome day one format. But to me, Queso, after that, after just a couple of misses, they seem to just fall down a little bit and stop believing in their own hype train.
I mean, to be honest, Dignitas looked a little flashy. I would say from time to time there. And it's interesting that you guys, all of a sudden, you guys want to flip flop around. You guys want to. All of a sudden, we want to switch, and then all of a sudden, we've been dig all the way. Nope. I'm getting some mixed signals, okay? I'm getting some mixed signals. Just to give you guys a little bit of an update, we've had, obviously, Na'Vi having their connection issues. Those have not, sadly, been resolved, and they had to drop another series, and that's obviously to Vitality. So the question there is, like, is Vitality saved now?
I still back them somehow to go out, despite the mathematics saying that Vitality are indeed, I think, safe for going through. That is really annoying. That is just rubbish luck. I am so sorry to Na'Vi players and fans and org and coach and everybody connected. It just is really frustrating. Nothing else to say, really.
Yeah, it's what can happen in this online era, unfortunately. But we have good connections in this lobby. Queso versus Dignitas. The third game, Dignitas hoping that they can style, because the first one did go Queso's way, but a 5-1 is a massive scoreline.
Queso, though, more than happy to bounce back after a tough result, and that was a very tough result from Dignitas there. And Joreuz, the man trying to go for a double touch pinch off the ceiling of apparently Jack, was a big part of the reason for that. You know, as soon as he gets the ball and he's not closed down in the first 0.2 seconds, he is going to somehow find a way to dagger it into the top right corner of your goal. Apparently just going up for that pre-jump. Lovely idea from Scrub Killer. It wasn't quite a pre-jump, actually. It was just a big diagonal pass. But not quite happening on that occasion.
I love how often Dignitas ask the question of themselves, of their opponents, of just floating the ball in an area and being like, look, maybe we can score that, maybe we won't. We'll try it again at some point, and maybe you want to defend this one, Queso, but you're really going to waste 60 boost getting a ball that we're not even going on? It just wears them down gradually and gradually. Vatira getting a demo on Joreuz does open up that back line, but with Jack being able to shoot, that's a little bit of a ding on the open net misses counter, but not too shabby by any means. Minute and a half gone. With Queso not being able to work out of their own half too much, have Dignitas found the answer?
Rise and Joe just going for an unnecessary double commit again. Is going to waste some boost and give some territory to Dignitas for a second or two. But Vatira eventually was able to bring it away. Rise already up for that one from apparently Jack. You know, you can't say that Team Queso ever step back. They never disappear in a series. Always desperate for the ball and wanting it. Passes like that are going to make them very dangerous. Vatira's coming through. Apparently Jack is bumper ball there. What a first touch that was from Jack. Just to get himself in a position where he can slow things down and allow his teammates to come back and defend.
Both Scrub and Joreuz there wanting to defend a shot that never came, though. So now as the ball falls in midfield, who's going to be getting the next chance to shoot? Joyo going for a weird Wave dash, tries to send it high, isn't quite able to get it in a nice position. Jorius touches it on Scrub Killer to receive, nearly on the dunk, and 3-man plays maybe are where Dignitas is pivoting towards.
Apparently Jack flinging it forward with his tires there, giving it a massive kick upfield, but Scrub Killer couldn't quite get the angle on that one. Great demo from Joyo on the goalkeeper. It wasn't quite a shot, it wasn't quite a pass from Vatira. I think the knock into the center for a teammate would have been the play. Couldn't manage it there. Rise is still coming in, another bump.
Brilliant.
They do that so much as well, Queso. You are never safe when you're in defense against them.
Absolutely gorgeous play. Scrub gets knocked out of the path of that ball. Jack has to scramble to try and get anything, but Joyo passing, finding Rise in the skies. Also, as Vatira demoed a Dignitas defender, just opens it up. A deadly 3-man dagger to the heart of Dig.
Honestly, keep an eye on that first man for Team Queso when they have ball control. They are constantly looking for a bump and a demo. Just leaving the ball completely. It means that you can never settle yourself when you're on defense against them. Fakes are helping as well for them. But again, a brilliant touch from apparently Jack. The man just seems to turn no control at all into full control of the ball in the blink of an eye. One of the best at doing that one. But it is still Team Queso. They're getting all the pressure.
Cheeky Rule 2 has emerged for the first time on in the 21-22 winter split in the Apollo Open.
That's an assumption. How do we know it didn't happen before? Where's Direct when you need him in the stats?
Mate, it's your burden of proof. You need to provide me the proof that it's not the first time.
I'm not sure that's how it works. But we are going to play a 2v2. Joyo up to the ball. Apparently Jack's been beaten. Joyo's going to score it. And it's Team Queso that come out on top.
Rule 2 with the second goal opening up in the 2v2. Look at Jack and Joyo doing an air show together, like they're back on a team, because previously Joria's Jack and Joyo played on, and I always get it wrong, but it was Giorgio Jar was their team.
Giorgio Jar.
Yep, back in the day, Joyo was I think one of Jack's first competitive teammates, which we didn't actually mention earlier, but you know, back on level ground are those two, or back in level skies as it were. 2-0 though for Queso in this game. Very, very strong for them.
Does that confirm that the weakest 2v2 in Dignitas is apparently Jack and Jorius?
I think it does. I really do.
Bad at twos. Who knew?
Yeah. Final 50 seconds though. 2 goals needed to come back, but we've seen harder stuff happen. Vatira, a wonder save.
Vatira making Dignitas tear up right there. Stepping up to that save, and then Rise is going to kill the game with 36 seconds left. Team Queso, they're going to have a chance to win this one in the next couple of games.
Awkward touch from Scrub, leaves it to Rise, but he just needed to try and keep that possession. If it's 3-0, if it's 2-0, it literally doesn't matter. Chances are Queso win this one out, and Scrub just had to try and give him a chance as well as he could. So no big issues there in fairness, but Queso going 2-1 in the series. The passing play starting to emerge from Dig. How do they just deal with the last 30 seconds of this? I think that was a fake from Joria's just in the 6-yard box.
It's just turned into that sort of game where if there can be a kickoff goal, the last few seconds will be very interesting indeed. This is what this game comes down to.
I back one team to do a good kickoff as well. It's Dig.
Ooh, let's see what they can get from the playbook. It's straight on, which makes it a little bit more awkward to do anything with. And it's fallen really nicely for Queso there. Oh, well played Vatira as well. Is that squeezing in? Not quite. But it's good enough for Team Queso, surely, to be able to see this one away. And they are very, very good value for their 2-1 lead in this series.
Big time. Yeah, they didn't let their 5-1 loss get to them at all. They've dealt with that very nicely. And so, on our 4th match, we are going to see whether Dig are able to bring it back and win 2 in a row, or will a top 8 team in the world fall to Queso, a team that didn't make it.
Or can I change again? Can I go back to Team Queso, please?
No.
Right.
There's no changes. No changes.
Never, ever any changes.
But listen, we stick through, okay? I know it's not the smart thing to do all the time, but sometimes you just gotta dig down. Yeah, that's what I call it too, integrity, not just like blind trust in the cause. No, but listen, we stand firm, we stand strong. I mean, good, strong performance here from Queso, I'm not gonna lie. Dignitas almost looking a little shook it up after, having, what was it, 5-1 They're in game
5-1, yeah.
Yeah, 5-1. And then this, in terms of like keeping any momentum going, I think that's kind of out the window. The question is now, what do they got to do to kind of pick back up? Is there any player that needs to perform extra well on Dig to pick it up? Is there anybody kind of, I don't know, slacking off?
They're all performing absolutely brilliantly as far as I'm concerned, Dignitas. This has been a really high quality game that Team Queso happened to have won out 2 of the 3 games. What I will say is that Jorius has just left the lobby and it's been confirmed that he's having a car change. So despite his brilliance in game 2, apparently he feels something is slightly off. And if he can step up even more, Orb, then Team Queso need to worry.
Let's see if the car change is going to be enough. I mean, I still believe in the Dig. Chat, do we still believe in Dig? Do we want to change? We don't want to be like Cole and stuff. We don't want to change.
I've not switched. What?
Oh, sorry.
Stumpy
Wait. I mean, Cole, boo. Come on, Cole.
Exactly.
Yeah, please.
Cole, boo. Jorius is now in the Fennec. He's going to do something incredible. I'm sure of it. We're going to be vindicated as Dig believers. Cole, are you officially switching to Queso?
I'm not allowed to. So, you know, officially, I am not. But internally, in my heart, I know that I am a member of Team Queso right now. Look how quickly Rise challenges that one. Rise is going up as well. Makes it absolutely impossible for Scrub Killer to know which angle to cover. And at the top of this series, Stumpy, you said not all double commits are bad.
True.
That was a real good one.
Yeah, that was an awesome double commit. It just meant that the final defender wasn't able to get anything that they wanted to. Jorius getting like a gliding helicopter flip reset that was upside down onto that ball. Very freestyle of him. But now he finds himself at the back of the pitch with 100 boost. Removed as well, gets reset to 35. It's a really, really good start for Queso. Jack with a snapshot isn't able to send it past that final defender.
Here comes Joe though from the ceiling. He's already got one this game. He started scoring fairly late in this series, but he couldn't put that one away. Then look at the composure there from Rise. A deep third man meant that he was all the way back there. They do have a tendency to push that third man just a little bit far forward, but sometimes you need to be a bit more defensive, as apparently Jack was there. Can he do it again? No, he can't. Joyo gets his 3rd goal in a row.
Slotted in like a coin in a piggy bank. Just finds the only gap he can, right behind apparently Jack. Amazing placement from Joyo. The 2nd goal that he is getting in this game. Only a minute has gone and Queso running riot.
Coins in the piggy bank, and he has been saving his goals for the end of this series, using them when they can be at their most devastating, right when Dignitas are completely desperate to score some of their own. There's a slow rolling pass. It should be easy to block there from Joyo again. If Vatira finds Rise, that could be 3-0, but it's saved by Jorius.
It's a minute and 30 gone. It just looks like Queso, to me, have got the upper hand, and they've shaken Dignitas. I mean, Orb said that they look shook, and I can't disagree with that. It's not even been the Vatira show, which is kind of what I soft thought it was going to be. It's been every single player putting in that equal effort. It's just been so good to watch.
Yeah, there's been no carry here from Team Queso. It has been a true team effort. All of them capable of breaking through that Dignitas defense. But Jorius has got control of the ball here with the Fennec. He's just blocked away by Joe for his first touch. Wasn't as good as it needs to be, and maybe, just maybe for the first time to me in this series, Dignitas themselves are starting to slow down because Queso are dominating them.
That movement from Vatira, just the immediate jump 1-2, and then in position to bump Jack if he went late. Perfect. Genuine perfection. That is like if you asked a robot to do everything perfectly, that would be Vatira bot. 3-0 coming from Queso. Dignitas look pushed back to their own back third, and they are suffering for it.
It's all right, Stumpy. One day you'll beat the Rocket League bots. I believe in you. I don't know.
All-Star's just too hard.
They're scary and difficult.
Oh.
Vatira's scary and difficult himself. Oh, he's going to prod it past apparently Jack, but Jorius was there in the top corner. It's the adaptation on the fly of what the Queso player was doing there. You know, apparently Jack was already up to try and block, I think, a flip reset, but just mixing it in the air. And here we go again. Rise, instead of going for a flip reset, just air dribbling it. And it's a desperate defense from Dignitas yet again.
Vatira managing to catch that ball and perfectly air dribble it over a couple of defenders. So Jorius get that ground pinch, isn't able to. The Fennec not working the wonders he was hoping it was going to. But every single player on Dignitas rocking that beautiful Dignitas decal. Make sure if you want to get that, go to the esports shop, rock your favorite decals, use your favorite creator codes. that are out there. It's so nice to see pros using them, and you can basically be a pro if you do so too.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing them do it. I'm loving seeing Dignitas get back into this series as well. It looked like it was just about sneaking in, then like it was hitting the crossbar, but eventually it found its way home.
Backboard error from Joyo opens it up, and Rise, anticipating either the ball was going to bounce harder on the crossbar out or try and just go straight in, at which point he may well have met it, but it goes the worst of both worlds, and Dignitas managed to get 1 goal back. Joyo, can he make up for his past digressions? Yes, he can. Minute 30 left, Cole. It's 2 goals needed for Dignitas. Obviously possible. It's still a lot of time. A great bump from Jack nearly opens it, but Joyo with the save.
So I think it's a ceiling pinch, sorry, and it's going to be
harsh.
second/third own goal of the Apollo Open.
That is a very harsh own goal. Rise with a nice touch on, but from the post onto Jack, into the orange net. 4-1 for Team K. So 2 goals for Rise, 2 goals for Joyo, and Vatira sitting pretty with a donut by the score.
They just keep getting better and better, do Team Queso. As we said at the start of this series, Dignitas are a team that Team Queso took all the way to Game 7 in the quarterfinals in the 3rd regional last time out. So this is no massive shock. We know how good Team Queso can be. Oh my God. Vatira there trying to redirect that one from the backboard. That would have been something a little bit special. It didn't happen, but I mean, they're just playing with immense confidence right now, Team Queso. There is absolutely no respect for what Dignitas are capable of.
I love the chance for Jorius to go for the dirtiest 2017 solo play he could have done, where it's hit the ball at the net, abandon ball, driver, defender, and Joyo just put the brake on. I was like, no, you're not going to do that to me. Don't you dare. 30 seconds left, though. It looks like it's going to be a big win for Team K. So 3-1 in the end after bouncing back. Young players bouncing back from a 5-1 loss against an incredibly good team. Mentality-wise, that's so good to see.
Stumpy, the cowardly defector, would have been right to change if you were allowed to. If you'd have been able to switch to Team Queso, mate, then history would have said your prediction was correct. Sadly, you had to stay with those of us with enough strength of character to stand true of what we believed. But we've fallen. Dignitas have fallen. GG's come out. Team Queso take their win and go 2-0 in Group B.
Fantastic win for Queso there as well, because they are in an incredibly hard group. Cole, they're in the group that you identified as one of the hardest that anybody could be in. Group of what, sorry?
Group of death. It's like
so not death.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I don't like... Thank you. This is why I need an orb always in my ear booing when you say stuff, Cole, because that made me feel better.
There you go, Orb. You got yourself a job, mate. Well done. You got the gig.
No, I feel bad. No, Cole,
You've got the gig. Well done, mate. That's what we needed.
No. Listen, we're friends. I mean, it's sad. You know, it wasn't what we were hoping for. Chat, I'm with you, and I hope that we all stood true.
Always
to what
with
we
chat,
believe.
this guy. Always talking to chat. Just have
Can I
your own
not talk-
opinion, Orb.
Have my own opinion. That's not what I get paid for. I get paid to ask you guys what you guys think, and then I try to look as pretty as I can on the side. I am the glorified eye candy of this show, and honestly,
doing it well.
I'm not even that pretty for the job.
Oh, that's where we disagree, Orb.
But listen. It is that's got to be tough for Dig, right? It's got to be
really
tough coming off of a very successful fall major, and having that kind of ending to it all. Now what we're looking at here, William Rasol versus Semper Esports. Let's try to do a little listening in for the last couple of seconds. Oh, we cannot do listeners. Never mind. We're going to keep talking. I saw their game 4, and Semper actually won on overtime. So as it's looking right now,
isn't it?
Yeah, unless something is happening right now.
Wow, the Semper reverse sweep. Their coach Rams in the top right doing a viewing party. So if you want to cheer on Semper for the rest of it, you can check out his stream. But it is going to be a completed reverse sweep for Semper, who just keep on winning.
Wow.
So that's now a group of 2 reverse sweeps, because Williams Resolve reverse swept EG last round, and now Semper have just very harshly reverse swept Williams Resolve after not scoring in the first 2 games either.
Does that mean that EG are gonna reverse sweep Semper in the next one to sort of?
It's got to be.
I think they have to.
For the script to be followed. That's got to be the outcome. Well, my friends, that wraps up round number 2. We got round number 3, and we'll talk a little bit more about the scores and what happened in round number 2 once we get back. All right, we got to pay some bills, get a drink, get a snack, pet your cat. I don't know what you do. Take a little breather, and we'll be right back.
everything around me starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurting again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is, all I need is.
And just like that, we are back, my friends. And this time, new friends. This time, new friends. Greg and Shogun, how are you guys doing? You guys have been waiting idly by, listening in, maybe, I don't know, analyzing. How are we doing on the show so far?
Well, it's been a lot of fun watching the group stages play out in Europe. There's a lot of really good games going on. I was just watching the end of BDS Luminosity. What an amazing matchup. Oh, it was game 5, and the final game was 1-0 up for Luminosity right down to the final moment. BDS just kept chucking different goal styles at them, different shooting styles, different passes, eventually found a crack and sent it to overtime, getting it eventually. But Luminosity looking really good. Definitely the team to watch in this tournament. But Shogun, you've been thoroughly enjoying the chaos in this show
you
so
know
far.
me, mate. I'm here, and this is the reason why I like that everyone is playing at the same time, because it is just pure chaos, and I love all of it, and I cannot wait to see what we're going to get from it, because we also have the possibility of a couple of tiebreakers, which we'll break down for you later on. But yeah, no, it's all chaos, and we love every moment.
I mean, you gotta say, like this, the forfeit business and the internet issues that Navi's had, extremely.
That's not the fun chaos, though.
That is not the fun
that's just
chaos.
Sad chaos.
But it gives that opportunity for, if the internet connection kind of resolves, the most amazing comeback possible, right? It could be.
We create like one super hot spot. Like in Europe, everyone like comes together to get a super hot spot that we can get Virtuoso onto.
What you're watching at right here, chat, you got the round 3 matchups. Gregan, any match that's coming at you right here that's, I don't know, that's going to be maybe the toughest match?
Yeah, this is an interesting round. Really is so important for a lot of these teams, because coming first in your group is massive for the bracket and the playoffs. So these teams who are fighting for that number 1 spot are going to be the ones to really watch out for. So I think looking at Semper versus EG, that could be a big game to either put Semper cleanly through or EG into a tiebreaker scenario. And then Endpoint fighting to try and guarantee that spot against Vitality. Any team that's on 2-1 right now, well, on 2-0, is really the ones to watch.
How do you think BDS is feeling now? They had that really close game against Luminosity, Shogun. Do you think they're fired up? Do you feel like maybe they're getting a little bit
nervous? They were on the verge of losing. Now they won. They're absolutely loving it.
So they're relaxing.
I'm answering the same question that Gregan answered. Actually, going to the other side on this one. I'm looking at Williams Resolve versus Cux's Minions. I think, if that is a loss for Cux's Minions, they are out. If they can win that, then they might just force a tiebreaker up against Williams Resolve. So that's sort of the opposite side of the coin I'm looking towards.
All right, well, our matchup that we're going to watch on the main broadcast here is going to be EG versus Semper. I got to talk with Semper during the fall major. Me and Archie's interviews, I think we're some of the best, I would have to say.
We had like none other.
Listen, we had a great back and forth, me and Archie. It's so funny how the internet kind of reacted to that, and we were just kind of having fun with it. So, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have a fan vote going up here any second, chat, so please chime in with what you think. Who do you think got it? Okay, EG versus Semper. Semper had now obviously a big win against Williams Resolve. Let's see if they're gonna take it all the way. Gregan, what do you think of this matchup right here?
Semper have always been a team that people have voted against because they tend to look like the weaker team. But that's something I really appreciate about this team, is they play simple Rocket League well. And I think they've really nailed that from the full major. They work super well together. I'm going to put it to Semper here, but EG are definitely one of those teams that has a lot of room to grow. And maybe this is the event, maybe this is the split where we see them grow, but Semper take it here.
Shogun, what about you? Do you agree
I feel
with
like there's
with
no way
Greg
we
in
get
here?
this one right, to be honest, because either we pick Semper, and now the moment that we start to believe in them, they go ahead and lose it, or we pick against them, and I'm going to end up being wrong. So I'll go with Semper. I'll go on the positive side. I'll put my faith into you. And, you know, you guys have wanted us to start predicting you more often. Here's the chance. Reward us here with a big dubski.
I'm joining you guys. I'm saying Semper based off of the interviews I had with Archie. Okay, I feel like him and I have a bond. Okay, and I feel like that's gonna carry through. I mean, I said something similar about Dig in that.
Yeah, we did this for Dig, didn't we?
Yeah, we don't talk about past matches. We only focus on what's coming up. Chat is agreeing with us. 65% saying Semper. Okay, I don't know. Once again, it's that synergy, chat. We are synced up right now. I mean,
top 4 team in the world. Remember, these guys were in the semis at the full major. Semper are a force to be beaten here, and I think EG are one of the teams that could step up and do it. But let's find out.
Let's find out, guys. Please take it away. Let's see who's going to win. EG versus Semper. All right. I think this is going to be a fun one, guys. Have a ball.
It certainly could be. Semper looking to try and grab a hold of that #1 spot. For those of you tuning in for the first time this season, #1 spot so big because it does get you that upper side of the bracket. You've then got to lose twice over the weekend in order to be eliminated. For everybody else, you only have that one life, and you might have to try and challenge that later on, as that's kind of not something you don't want to see your opponents doing to start off the game, Greg. And I don't want cool mechanics. I want whiffed long shots.
Yeah, the floor pinch there from Shazette, clearing it away and almost setting up a goal. But Evil Geniuses on the counter-attack, passing it middle, creating that pressure, turning the defense around. Great start for EG.
Let's have a look at this. Oh, that is actually fully intentional. I love that, because when you see that, it's either you've completely whiffed on the shot or you are looking out for it. And this is something that we have seen evolving in Rocket League very recently, Greg, and where people have started to realize how good the goal line defense is, and now they've got to start switching things up. And that goal significantly less impressive than the last one.
Yeah, we always take a kickoff goal in Rocket League, but not when it's like that. That ball just popping out to the side and pinching off of the kickoff taker Casio as he was landing. That's unfortunate there for Semper, but there is always an element of chaos in Rocket League. It goes both ways. Eventually, Semper will get rewarded back for it, but for now, they're having to fight back from a 2-goal deficit.
Going to have a orb scouring the globe as well, by the way, just to keep you all up to date with results later on, especially considering this could mean difference between upper bracket or elimination. Looking forward to speaking to him and discussing how right we are about this matchup. But for the time being, very far away from it. EG starting like a house on fire, just taking 2 early goals. Catalysm with Ivan up in support. Very difficult to create too much from that sort of angle. A huge demo from Chaussette. Doesn't quite get the recovery. Now an opportunity to try and set up, though. Oh, okay, Rizex. Quite far forward, but he made good contact.
Yeah, and Evil Geniuses right now, very solid in defense, really forcing Semper to get creative. And their creativity doesn't really come from individual ability, from individual plays. It comes from the way they break teams down, they challenge well, and eventually open up those gaps and do a little passing play. But if there is one player who can get creative, it is Archie up there on the wall. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of them creating solo plays this split, because it's definitely the biggest gap between them and some of the teams that we idolize, like BDS and Dignitas. That's what really gets them the spotlight and why they seem so dangerous when they're playing at their best. But Semper's simple game plan can definitely take tournaments.
Yeah, that is maybe one of the distinct weaknesses that I've always felt like with this sort of play style, where Semper are a reactionary team at their core, and as good as they are at that, and as fantastic as they are at adapting, when you have got that play style, there is always that lingering part where you are relying on your opponents to not be at their top form. You are giving them the opportunity to show off what they can really do, and whilst that top form has to be exceptional to get past them, you're always going to find somebody. Somebody's going to have to be at that top form to win a tournament, and you're going to run into them at some point.
Yeah, we saw it at the full major. They countered Dignitas beautifully. It was a very close series, but they managed to challenge their way into goals and work together as a hive mind almost to break down the Dignitas defense. But as soon as they came up against BDS, you have a similar level of synergy, but have that extra level of creativity. That's where they couldn't quite be the difference. And I think this is going to be a real test for them, this split. Can they find that extra level, or are they always going to be stuck in that not quite the best in the region's position?
Well, speaking of test, this is certainly a huge one for Catalysm. from the offseason was the standout player pretty much, as majority of the pros taking a well-earned break after a very hectic RLCS Season X. Catalysm was the one that kind of made a name for himself, and when he's in a lobby like this where we know we're looking out for Archie, he's also going to want to start putting his name into that kind of category, and he needs big tournament results to start earning those sort of accolades.
Yeah, and it's not just these kind of teams that Catalysm's going to be thinking about. He wants to make a name for himself long-term in the game. You know, a lot of the best players in the world make their name on, you know, top 8 teams that don't quite break through, and then either the team grows around that individual, and so we might see Evil Geniuses do that, or that individual finds a stronger roster. So for his own career, he's just going to keep doing what he's doing, keep showing that he's one of the best players in the region, and eventually make that name for himself.
We do have Ivan looking to try and add the third. Not really been much threat so far, as Casio just over the top. Catalysm easily taking control. Offset can't win the challenge either. Just been a very, very subdued performance from Semper. Need to try and pick this up. They are quickly running out of time. Ivan back in with teammates over there. Might even get the setup. There's Rizex. Third one not going to be coming their way, but they have got the midfield support. Catalysm easily taking back control, and when it comes to pace, Evil Geniuses having them very thoroughly beat.
Just the defense here from Semper is hard to break down, but they need more than defense to win a series, especially when they go down 2 goals at the beginning. I want to see a few more risks being taken by these guys, a little bit more of the Archie flair factor coming into play. But the way Evil Geniuses challenge in the midfield just makes it so hard to build any kind of pressure.
Well, that's something that Semper have struggled with, where so many teams have developed fantastic ways of just wiping out the third man, getting rid of that midfield. So that one's also either missed or whiffed, or, oh, it's not in, as Evil Geniuses have got the first game, and it is going to be done in very convincing fashion. Semper need to wake up a little bit, because that was not the sort of performance that got them a top 4.
Oh, look at the shots in that game. That's such a slow-paced start to the series. I mean, there's only 8 shots in total across both teams.
And half of them were taken on like the first 30 seconds.
Exactly. So very much a midfield challenge game ahead there. So either team needs to work out a way to get past that midfield challenge game. But Orb, is there any interesting streams going on around the Rocket League stratosphere right now?
Listen, you always know there's amazing games going on, but the one thing we're going to focus on is the fact that Na'Vi is now officially going to be playing.
Oh,
so
let's go! I thought you were going to reveal bad news there.
Listen, we talked about like the potential. You know, if there's a will, there's a way. As long as you have hope, you know, if there's a chance of coming back, it's got to be tough. I mean, they still need to align it so Vitality.
Who have they got? They've got Vitality. No, they win that. They force a tiebreak. Oh, okay. I like this.
So this could be like the storyline. I love a good storyline, as we all do. It just makes the content of the matches and the series to follow so much better. I'm gonna let you guys get back into the next game, but this is exciting.
Yeah, that Na'Vi storyline could be very interesting there. You know, they're going to be very motivated going into the K-Corp match, where K-Corp are probably thinking, oh, we have to play now? That's going to throw them off quite a lot. So potentially a little bit of the mental game there could be a factor to steal a win, especially as K-Corp, I don't think, really need to get a result. So that we'll see. We'll see anyway. But we are here.
Would be dragged into that 1-win zone. So maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, we are here now, and straight off the bat, Evil Geniuses getting that first goal, pile driving the ball through on the goal line, and an early lead here for Evil Geniuses once again. Semper need to get ahead and stay ahead, because they really do not seem to be finding a way to break down this Evil Geniuses side.
And it's another early goal. It's just... We could do with a little bit of variety here, Semper, not just in the way that you're trying to attack.
Another one.
Oh, Rizex! That's a thing of beauty.
Rizex taking it down the sideline himself, getting that block, and then just going around Shazette at the final moment. This is what's so dangerous about Rocket League now, is these players have got such a good read in the challenge game. So if they're up front alone, they've got that ability to just throw themselves about, get a few predictions, and still be able to get back in time. Beautiful decision-making from Rizex, putting them 2 goals ahead. This is looking tough here for Semper.
Mate, let's not talk about predictions right now, because We're not looking great collectively, all of us. I know some of you, 35% of you, tried to vote for EG. It didn't go that way. You've got to join with us now. You can't be like, oh, we knew better. Nah, we're all in this, all four of us. Myself, Gregan, Orb, Twitch chat. Just, we've got to come together and hope that we're not going to be embarrassingly wrong as Semper are being trounced by a rabid Evil Geniuses squad.
No goals yet. Not a single goal for Semper. I know we're only in game 2 here, but it just doesn't look.
You get worried.
Yeah, you do get very worried. They just don't seem to have a way of getting past the challenge game of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we have to reiterate so often of Rocket League. It can be done for you so quickly. You need 15 minutes to lose a series. That's it. And compared to, you know, an awful lot of competitions out there, that's relatively small. That's what you're dealing with in these early rounds. You've got to earn the right to have that best of 7. As Archie, this is a bit better, gets bumped out of the way by Catalysm. Here's the follow from Castillo, and that's going to hit the woodwork and bounce away from Chaussette. Not the way he wanted to see that one going. But still, this is stronger right now, going to the ceiling. Maybe one too many steps, but at least this first step isn't just hit the ball over to our opponents, which is quite an improvement from what we got in the first game.
Oh, they are trying to make something of this play.
That was so delayed, mate.
Can't find the final blow there. They're trying to find a way through, but Evil Genius is just about holding on. But Semper's certainly looking a little bit more creative now. They're looking to pass, looking to do unpredictable touches. And that's what you need at this level. You need to be unpredictable.
Oh, that's the sort of one, though, where I wish they had the little extra bit. Me and you were both watching the BDS series earlier on. You could just see that one being an infield pass from Archie if that was a BDS matchup. And that is the standard that all of these European teams are based upon, because that is, as has it always been for the last year or so, the team to beat. As Rizek's won again, he's feeling pretty confident on those challenges. He was willing to take a very awkward one on his own goal line. Pretty good to take one in the midfield. That's going to bounce quite awkwardly for everybody. But with 2 minutes left, no goals still.
Oh, brilliant.
And that's 3-0.
That's just brilliant there from Evil Geniuses. Ivan coming off the ceiling, dropping it down for his teammate, and that is an open net right there. Chaussette with a loose clear, easily punished there by Evil Geniuses. They made that look so much more simple than it was. And this is a good sign for Evil Geniuses right now. Definitely one of those teams that wishes they'd made the major. They were in contention for that 5th spot, which Vitality ended up taking. So they're going to be coming into this split with a vendetta against anyone who doubted them, because they deserve to be in the top 5 if they can play like this.
I think your speech riled them up to potentially be a little bit more courageous this time around, Gregan.
Yeah, well, its consistency is key in the new format of RLCS. You cannot get away with having a bad event. And if you do, you then have to start thinking about winning events, which is really tricky in this highly contested region. So consistent top 4s, consistent top 8s is going to be the key for Evil Geniuses to make it. And then maybe a pop-off event where they make that final.
Yeah, the way that Europe's been, it's very difficult for us to get, repeat high results, apart from, typically Endpoint and BDS have kind of been the two for that. Dignitas making a case for themselves in the latter half of the split as well. Catalysm almost wrongs foot Castillo, and he's going to steal the goal. Very much worth it. It's all yours, Catalysm. No help whatsoever.
If you're an Evil Geniuses fan right now, you are loving what you're seeing. The creativity on this team was something that was questioned at the end of last split. They seem to be playing reactionary, but right here, they are creating goals and making Semper look defenseless.
6-0. An overall goal scored. Semper have, looked much better. We've had a chance to pop into their team stream. They looked great. But unfortunately for them, they've now come onto the main broadcast, and it's not going well whatsoever. 1 minute left. Just try and get a pity goal, if anything. Because the way EG are playing, they are not just going to hand away 4 of them. Catalysm going to try and get over the top of Chaussette. And if Archie there to get even slightly aggressive, it might have even gone over him. Evil Geniuses. What an improvement this has been. That's number 5. Rizek has the hat trick. And it is a now triple match point to EG.
Yeah, at this point, I don't mind the way these goals are going in. Semper trying to force a goal here and there, but you can just see the difference in the air. Chaussette slow to the ball, which allows that 50-50 to go in favor of Evil Geniuses. And it's just that slightly better mechanical skill from Evil Geniuses in those interactions that's allowing them to turn away and get a goal. We need to see...
All right, predictions. Quick predictions before something goes wrong. Perfect sweep or not?
I mean, I just don't think... Like, perfect sweeps are so tough to pull off. Surely there's going to be one that sneaks
it was tough to pull off maybe 10 minutes ago, but now we've got 5 minutes left.
Okay. I'm gonna sit because I know you love a perfect sweep. You love chaos.
I do love a cheeky not as good as the 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 series, but that's never happening for me.
Let's say I don't think there's going to be a perfect sweep, and I 100% think you're going to. You're gonna predict the perfect sweep. There's no world where you don't.
I mean, there's a reason why I introduced the topic, Kraken, because of course I'm going to go for it. I need to get some sort of prediction right here. As Semper. Yeah, quite indeed. Oh, but we need some positives around here, bud. Have you got anything for us?
Listen, I got to be honest with you. I'm just like, I really wish the score would be different. You know, I talk so much about hope and a dream, and you got to believe. It's wearing me down.
Perfect sweep. Are you on my team or Gregan's?
I mean, I do like the look of a perfect sweep. I mean, that means there's one team.
He likes me more, Gregan, is what he's saying.
I'm not going to take sides. I'm too new to take sides. But give me like a couple of weeks and I'll be like, no, Gregan, no, definitely not with you.
You want the exciting thing, right? Or you want to see the perfect sweep. You know, it's special, it's magical. You know, you get to experience your first ever perfect sweep, you know?
Yes.
There's nothing more exciting than the least possible competitive series. Easy.
Listen, I want to see flashy plays, you know? But listen, just talking over some of the other results, you know, we're happy that Na'Vi started playing, but right now it's looking like they may have hit a wall here with K-Corp. Currently 3-1. BDS, currently, we talked about steamrolling a little bit. It seems like that's what they're doing to Serious Nation. It's actually tied up now in game number 3. Just to give you guys some updates, but yeah, please get back into game number 3. Semper, surely, we're gonna make a comeback here, right?
Wow.
Come on.
You got to believe eventually, right? I mean, we
believe, right?
We know the quality Semper has. And...
You know, it's got really bad when we can usually put words to anything we see, and the best way we can describe it is, all right.
Is this it?
Off the backboard. Oh, go on,
hey, there it is.
Hey, let's go, Cappio.
I told you. I knew that was going to happen right there. But that...
Can I have like 2 wrong predictions in one series? Is that impossible?
Wow, that was some good breakdown play there from Semper, to be fair. They got Evil Geniuses caught on the goal line and played it around them a lot. So good to see that from them. But, you know, that's just one goal. We saw 5 goals from Evil Geniuses in that last game. So we know the scoring potential is there. We're going to need to see some more from Semper to secure this game here.
Yeah, certainly are. Can we have any goals scored, like, not in the first minute? I'm not counting the last 3 that we got in the previous game. Those are all pretty much nothing goals. There's Catalysm. Didn't quite find the reset. He only had 5 boosts, didn't really want to use it. Rizex in field. That should always be challenged. It is challenged. And Catalysm's got to take his time. Yeah, he wanted nothing of that 50 on the goal line.
Tried to get a post pinch, I think. He was waiting until the last moment, see if he could turn it into a counter-attack, because he was alone there for a little while. Thankfully for him, the chaotic bounce out meant that the defense could get back. But one thing I have always questioned with Evil Geniuses is what's their mindset like under pressure? These were one of the teams that had the ability to make it to the major, but underperformed when it really mattered. So, you know, obviously this hasn't got the same scope that making the major does, but are they a team that struggles to close it out? You know, that's always going to be a question with nearly at the top team, you know, like Evil Geniuses are.
And it is something that everyone in Europe has been criticized for, mostly because BDS last season did break the mold where we did have finally a consistent top team. First one that we've had in a very, very long time. But finding that level of consistency in this game is unbelievably difficult. We've asked the same question for so long, even since season 2. Hey, all right, as a player, what do you want to improve? Oh, consistency. It's never changed beyond that answer. And there's a reason for it. It's because this game is unreally difficult to string good results together on, and that's what you got to do if you want to represent Europe in that top 5 shot set. Not going to wrong foot Catalysm at all. Good boost steal though. This has been solid control of the field. Maybe need to try and find some sort of challenge. Not going to happen for Archie. Nobody on the far side. Rizek steals some boost of his own. And now some demos. This is where EG have been doing good work. 2-on-1. And Rizex can't find the flick out, but Calism can find the net.
I love this from Rizex. We've seen this over and over again from him. Obviously, Ivan getting the first bump, but that recognition that going for the outplay doesn't need to be his job. He can just rotate out, potentially get a bump, force the ball to be hit back to his teammates, and then they clean up behind. Clever usage of the rotation out there by Rizex. 1-1 the scoreline, and I think what we're seeing here is Evil Geniuses taking back that control. Semper just need to work together as a unit a bit more. That's what we saw out of them in the full major that was so good, is the way they work together. And right now they're working in isolation, and it's not stringing together to any kind of damage in the Evil Geniuses defense. What do you want to see a bit more from Semper here, Shogi?
5 or 6 more goals would probably go quite a distance for me, especially
that one.
I want to be right. Oh, there's nothing wrong about that from Cassio. What a hit, bottom corner.
Oh, speaking of working alone, Cassio off the sidewall to himself, manages to read it better than his opponent, sends it onto the net, and that's what Cassio does best. He's fast at his intercepts, fast to disrupt the play, and on this occasion finds a gap towards the net. Plenty of time left though for Evil Geniuses. Also, I want to give a shout out to their team stream. You know who's commentating over there, Shogun? Have you seen who's in
you didn't go rhetorical with that question. You know what? I do know, Gregan. I knew from the very moment that you asked that question that the people on that was Pashi.
It's Pashi. Yeah, there we go.
Pashi.
Yeah, a veteran of the scene.
Veteran Pashi.
Yeah, used to be one of my players back in the day at Team Vitality. Season 2 finalists at the World Championship. He's there commentating. So if you want to go check that out, I don't know if he's doing it in German or in English, but if you're an Evil Geniuses fan or a Pashi fan, definitely go over there and say hello.
You know, I really like that, considering Pashi was, Germany's last big throw of the dice towards being, a top nationality for Rocket League. The fact that he's now getting to roll. Okay, good save, Ivan. But broadcast, maybe the next big push for Germany to really take themselves a big championship. I think that's quite fitting.
Yeah, Germany's been a nation that's always been just on the edge of breaking through.
They should have more than they do. They really should. I mean, the fact that imagine speaking to people, maybe a year or two of this game's lifespan. Actually, give me a moment. Catalysm off the backboard. Who's got support? Ivan almost getting in. But if you told people the first 2 years into RL Esports that Spain would not only have taken over Germany, but easily surpassed them, nobody would have believed you.
Yeah, when you talk about a video game that has both... Whoa, Catalysm! Crossbar down, in off the save of the keeper. What a shot from him, really testing the goal line defense. And you can see Chazette and Cassio out of position due to disruption play from Rizex. What a way to send it to what we're assuming is going to be overtime here. 2-2 the scoreline.
And Rizex just seems so horrible to play against. He's always around. But what I do love about it is I've seen players that would go for this play style, and then you look from a teammate's POV and you realize, oh wait, this is just as annoying to play with because now you don't know when to go in. Rizex is not overstaying his welcome. He's good at getting out. He's good at just taking what he needs, getting back out and giving the advantage to his team rather than wasting the advantage with him still in position.
Yeah, we've seen him take control of the ball and do the same thing there too whilst being upfield, which is great. Providing that threat, and it does create a little bit of panic in the defense because you just don't know whether he's going to be going for the ball, whether he's going to be going for the bump or the boost steal, whatever it is. So you're always going to be second guessing what's Rizek's intention in my half right now. As we go into overtime here, will they get the sweep or will Semper be able to take it to a game 4?
Oh, Ivan didn't find the contact, but Catalysm pops the ball up. Chaussette was called off and almost turned into the sweep securing goal. Catalysm gets a good challenge. Rizex also pops the ball to the far side. Back into the midfield. Ivan, we have Rizex on the far side to help him out. That's going to go over to him. Good first touch, one that you can follow. Nobody wanted to come and challenge. With Rizex, that's a very dangerous thing to do because very easily could outplay you or just wipe your car off the field entirely.
You just see the Rizex way of outplaying there. Rather than trying to do anything off the wall, he just catches it, goes down to the ground and looks to follow through past his touch, see if he can get a bump. And the worst thing that can happen there is the ball 50-50s out into your own half. And lo and behold, your teammates are in your own half, so you're just going to retain possession. So it was a very smart game plan from Evil Geniuses there, as they seem to be in control so far in this overtime. But Shazette with an opportunity in front of net, not quite going in his favor. And we'll see a back and forth approach. Neither team really getting too close to the goal line right here.
Archie willing to take Rizex on. Rizex
there he
very
is.
happy to make him regret that. Catalysm already up.
Oh,
off the backboard. What a
Catalysm.
double tap, but Archie recovers off the demo. He's on the backboard, ready and waiting.
All 3 players required there from Semper to swat that play away. Catalysm so threatening on the ball. As we see 2 minutes of overtime now. Semper, I think, most likely are going to get a counter-attack goal against this Evil Geniuses team. I don't really see them finding a way to break them down. I'll be happily proven wrong, but it does seem to be Evil Geniuses in control as...
Welcome to the RLCS broadcast, Gregan.
I mean, it was an overcommit. Look. It was an overcommit, right? That was an overcommit. Come on.
You're not
Come on,
allowed to be right about these things, okay?
That was definitely an overcommit right there. Right? Right?
Oh,
that was an overcommit, right?
Listen, we never stop believing. We never stop believing in the dream. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. Did you guys expect that to be the finish?
No.
No.
No. From the positioning that I had seen from Evil Geniuses, I didn't think they would just leave it like that. I mean, not let alone leave the goal like that, but set the ball up in a position where it could be struck that cleanly. So maybe the first time that I've looked at Evil Geniuses play and go, all right, I don't really know what you were really trying to do.
You feel like this was kind of a lucky win, Shogun?
I mean, luck would imply that, Semper didn't at least work for it, but the majority of the work was kind of done by EG. For them in that situation.
One big decision made wrong, which then turned into a goal against from a good challenge play. And that's what Semper play off. They play off of mistakes.
Orb, you are here to tell me that Navi are winning, right?
Oh boy. You guys want to jump into the next game or?
Oh no.
No, as it's looking, yes, K-Corp did beat Navi 3-0, which is super unfortunate. Queso also swept Rix, and I think William Resolve potentially, it's still 0-0, 50 seconds remaining on their potential third win. That could be the third sweep. So I don't know what's happening in this round, but teams are getting swept. I don't know. Are they losing focus, you think? Is that it?
Potentially. I mean, we have got BDS and Queso secured in their #1 spots in their group. So I think it can be quite tricky once you're out of contention for the #1 spot in those groups to really push. Because the difference between second and third in this format isn't a huge difference. So unless you're fighting to stay in the tournament, focus can definitely go. And the 3 series in, these guys are probably getting a bit tired now because it is pretty intense to play 3 series and then know you've got to play more afterwards.
Yeah, that's maybe the bit is like knowing that other people are taking the time off because, 3 series was the minimum when we were under the Swiss. Obviously now, still 3 series the minimum, but you could be up to 4. At least you have to do that 5th one because some teams really fell off by the time we got to the 5th. As a quick shout as well, elsewhere, we've got Endpoint against Team Vitality. 2 each between them. If Endpoint can take the win there, they will also grab a #1 seed. But that is game 5, so be sure to check out either the Endpoint stream or the Team Vitality stream. Both in their own languages. There's what a save is happening over there. So go and take a look as I refocus myself now over on this series as EG trying to resettle after losing that previous game. First time that they've really taken their eye off the ball. Go Shosset. Has he got a challenge? No, he says to wait for it. That was actually very well played by Shosset, but even better play from Ivan.
Yeah, both these teams are very good at giving up on the play. They know when to stop trying and let someone else come in. And you can see very, very comfortably letting the ball get hit backwards behind them. But on this occasion, Shosset was not very comfortable letting that ball be put behind him. Ivan turning unexpectedly. Shosset found a little bit too close to the play and well struck there by Ivan. And even if Shosset was in a good position to make the save, Rizex was there to make sure he wouldn't.
Yeah, just a complete misread from Shosset regarding how the play was developing.
Left alone for a while, to be fair, as well. When you look back at it,
he was, but I popped onto his positioning. He just sort of went loitering. It was just one of those. Land. Yeah, very much. Like I'm on the halfway line, or I'm on my final third. I kind of feel like just going forwards and Yeah, it was not the time to do it. Definitely could have been under pressure, but would have given himself more of a chance. Cassio, has he got any support with him? Yes, he does. There's Chaussette. What a way to make up for it.
Cassio doing what he does best. Fast to the ball. Hard to read. Stays grounded the whole way. The last moment adjusts that touch to the middle so Chaussette can beat the goal line defender. And that's a great breakaway goal. Cassio's always turning up through the midfield, ready to play off of a clear and take that midfield player out. One of the classic Semper plays as we see the Catalysm fake into a bump. Genius decision-making here from Evil Geniuses.
All right, well, we're going to add communication to the list of phenomenal Evil Geniuses skills. What a play that is. Catalysm leaves it for him, gets the shout, takes the keeper, and retakes the lead for EG.
Great comeback there off the kickoff. Like, kickoff goals come in all shapes and sizes. Some of them seem very easy. Some of them look like they've been worked for. Ones like that, you think, now that is just good outplay after the kickoff. Yes, you had the advantage. Yes, you could have maybe done something different, but at the end of the day, that was unpredictable. And at any moment during the game would have been a fantastic choice. And that puts Evil Geniuses 1 goal up now. Semper is certainly getting back into form here. And we asked earlier on in this series, is it going to be a perfect sweep? Now, if you'd said that, you'd think we were crazy.
Yeah, Semper have figured this out quite a bit. Whether or not they've already done too much damage to themselves by not getting this sorted in the first 10 minutes is yet to be seen. Half the game left to go in game 4, and a RizX 10 boost. What can he do with it? Reset, top corner!
Wow. Just look at that counter-attack from RizX up the wall. I mean, he could have Fetalix jumped off the side there. Well, hopefully we'll see that in the future.
Leave it to you to find something wrong with it. 10 boost flip reset play to the top corner.
I mean, he could have used the new mechanic discovered a few weeks ago, but in that situation, he did what he knows best. He did what he's comfortable with, and that's a lovely flip reset. Like you said, only 10 boost sends it to the far top corner, and that is a gap forming now for Evil Geniuses. 2 goals up.
I came into this saying, you know, Catalysm was the one that wants to make a name for himself. RizX has been on a whole nother level throughout this series. And it has been phenomenal to see. But now they're up against the offense of Archie. Chaussette ducks the ball underneath. Cassio, he's waiting for his moment. The moment didn't come to him. Over 1 minute and 30 left here. Catalysm wants to follow, doesn't get anything for it, but a boost missed from Cassio does make this play significantly harder to pull off. RizX, all right, RizX, 10 boost, I can make, you know, some sort of okay for. That was 0 boost, and you were still jumping for it. Oh, that's off the backboard. Opportunity, and Chaussette
that's
missed
not good
it.
enough. Chaussette, that's just not good enough there. You need to be finishing those ones, and that could be the game decider right there, because that would have been the start of the comeback for him. And it's things like that as well, you start to wonder, is that going to affect their mentality? We've had questions around teamwork for these guys. They look the best they've ever looked at the full major, partly due to being able to look left and right and see your teammates. But when you're online and when you see mistakes like that, is that when we're going to start seeing Archie go chase mode and start trying to carry this team? Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. He's a fantastic player.
I think at this point, you might as well try for it. You got 50 seconds, you need 2 goals. I want to see Archie go full carry mode.
Maybe that's what's needed, is Cassio and Chaussette looking a little bit floppy on the goal line. But Evil Geniuses will be happy to sit on this 2-goal lead and just keep that ball in the opposition half. Waste lots of time. This is going to be another great chance to waste time here for RizX. As Archie's trying to be disruptive. Ball middle, Cassio back in. This is getting tougher by the second.
Even with those attempted goal line demos not coming through, 0 boost for Iva. Is this just the Evil Geniuses play? As actually Cassio might be able to try and set up. Didn't get to it quick enough. Pops out very awkwardly. Archie under the goalkeeper and narrowly finds the goal that would have given them a chance. Instead, the ball's over to the other side of the field. That should do it. And Evil Geniuses have taken down Semper.
This means a lot for this group, as Evil Geniuses now 2-1, as well as Semper and Williams Resolve, I believe. So we're going to see a 3-way tiebreaker there. Semper needed to win that to cleanly get into that #1 spot from Group C. So Group C really mixed it up now.
This is not up. Coming over to you, because you asked the lads earlier on, like, which is the group that they expect to be the toughest. Did anybody mention Group C?
No, I believe Cole said B and Stumpy said Group D.
And I think those were reasonable takes. Like, Group C, out of nowhere, becoming the group of death.
I mean, true, but we also have, I don't know how much, you know, who knows how much that could have changed. But I mean, look at Navi's, for instance, like all their internet issues and everything. Obviously, that's going to shake things up a little bit. But I forgot to mention before the game began, before that, BDS is, of course, through. BDS is through. We had BDS, Endpoint, and Keizo is all through. So it's all up to this Group C. All up to Group C.
Is this the only one with tiebreakers?
That is correct. That is correct.
Wow. So we've got... Let me have a look, Ski. I'm trying to just refresh everything. But as we do see right now, we got Williams Resolve against Cooks' Minions. All right, OT. Who do we think's got this one, lads?
I mean...
yeah, go ahead.
Williams Resolve surely is the safer bet. But Cooks' Minions are one of those teams we just want to see getting better and better. As we all love Cooks here. 2 new young guns coming in. Excited to see what they can do this split.
Win right here, right now.
We need to be in contention for that tiebreaker. In order to do so, we need to win this game right now. Our game differential hasn't been fantastic today. We came into this one 5-5, even on the day. So now we need to try and come out this one on top. +2 would be massive to just even get us in potential for that tiebreaker. And we're fighting for it right now. 40 seconds into this one, all the pressure is against us. But can we find a break? That's not the best clear, but maybe Radisson can find a follow-up. He does indeed. Sends it the other way, and Williams Resolve get a deep breath for now.
They only slightly come up for air, though, for a brief second, and this could be the breakaway. Cuxer would have been there. Radisson still wants to do it in the elaborate. Sizen almost strikes right, was able to block it and swat it out to the side.
Oh my gosh, the pressure is there. We're seeing scenarios, but we're just not quite able to capitalize. Maybe we can get another breakout here. Good 50-50s, give Sizen a chance.
No.
That could be an own goal! 2 touches in a row! Both of them could have been an own goal, and somehow we don't capitalize!
It's not in. That is ridiculous. Radisson then wants to finish it off. Still Sizen to the backboard. Crowley there with the prevention, but only Bravery Prime strikes, but right in the way.
Dude, how many chances can we get? Williams Resolve looking like the usual Resolve self and putting on the pressure, but they cannot find a goal. Almost 2 minutes of overtime play. All of it been offense for Williams Resolve, but they need something to drop. Sizing up for this one. Cuxer with a 50-50, and somehow, some way, the blue team will take a break from playing all-out offense.
It is very evident that Williams Resolve aren't dads because they are turning up the heat on that thermostat. Oh my, that is ridiculous. No putting on sweaters, just all out sweating in offense. Crowley, he's got a free set to play with up the ceiling. Radisson is awkward. Let Prime take over. Cox are still with a quick challenge.
Oh my word, we need some sort of break here. The pressure building. Finally, I think we'll find it. Sizen with a flip reset. We'll get it past 2 of the defenders. It won't be enough for a shot, but it will be enough for an offense here. Half a game played in overtime, and Cuxer's Minions have had their chances as well as Williams Resolve, but it's about who capitalizes first, and Radisson could do that here. He sets up his teammate for the backboard, but no one's there. Growly giving a free clear, and Brian will keep the offense alive, but we can't be squandering chances like that.
This is where they're starting to get a bit nervous. Rye, all of a sudden, it's technical 1v1. Growly gets through unscathed. No air dribble bump. None of that 1v1 shenanigans up in here. Radisson with a tad bit of a clear. Rye puts it up high yet again. Sizen and Prime both dive for it. Can Sizen land on it? No, he can't. That puts everybody in an awkward position. Prime with a good clear. A bit of bumpage going on, but not enough.
Oh, we're trying our best here, but again, that pressure that Cuxer's Minions have started to find on this offense has made us all the more nervous. It's a very different game. Cuxer's Minions would get this pressure before, but it felt very disorganized, very chaotic. Now it's starting to look like a real solid offense here, and we've got to be careful because the 3.5 minutes of overtime play, teams can get complacent. They can start to make little errors that they don't recognize as errors, and it can be the difference maker in games like this. Almost 4 minutes of overtime played here. Williams Resolve still showing their resolve, but we need a goal to show for it as well.
Prime, looks to the right flank, and Rowley fakes everybody out, even himself. Radisson up to Prime. That's a double commit, and none of them connect with the ball. It's still going to land into the center. Sizen looks for the sky. Might see a rainbow up there as well. Cuxer into the attack. Prime taps that wide as Radisson. They just can't create a proper opportunity. The nerve will be running high, but this will be an opportunity. Pass it to the center. Sizen there to the back. No slide down. Prime also doesn't find the angle. Sizen on the continuation also blocked.
Oh my god, something's gotta drop. We're throwing everything at our opponents. Forget the haymakers, it's uppercuts and side hooks at this point. Almost 5 minutes of overtime play, and still there's no end in sight. Maybe this is the end here. Sizen setting up Madison. Madison! Williams resolve, finish out the series in 4.
In 4? Are you sure you're counting correctly there, mate? Williams resolve not going to game 5, but there was a ton of...
All right. Woo. Well, there we have it. It is going to be a 3-way tie. Gregan, did you expect this outcome from Williams Resolve?
I think so. I looked at some of their gameplay from the qualifier, and they seem to have toned down their old chaotic rushed play style and seem to have a lot more control now. And we could see that they're definitely a team to watch that's going to start pushing into the top 8 this season. So fair play to them. But Cooks' Minions, they're still that underdog team we want to see push through, and they definitely have a lot of potential there.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to figure this out, guys. 3-way tie. We need a little bit of time to kind of wrap our heads around what that means. But we got more Rocket League goodness coming up right after this. Please stick around. All right, we have returned from break, okay? The three-way tie. There's a lot going on, okay? There's a lot of... I'm going to need this explained to me. I love that you guys are here right now, all right? Gregan, please explain to everybody at home this tiebreaker situation and what that means.
Well, just before we get into Group C, every other group has got definitive results, 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3. So they're all in their positions like they should be. But we have a three-way tie in Group C, 3 teams on 2-1. This means Cooks' minions are out. And that means that we're not going to be seeing them at this event. Hopefully they'll requalify in the future. And the way the tiebreaker works is the lowest goal difference, game difference team gets third place. And then the other 2 teams will have one final best of 5 to decide which comes top of the group and gets that upper bracket advantage. So we're going to be seeing Evil Geniuses versus Williams Resolve up here next from Group C.
Shogun, how important is that winner bracket, I guess, getting up there? How important is it to get up there for the... Yes? Okay.
It's hard. You cannot overstate how important it is to be up there, because you are, even if you end up losing, you are skipping the first 2 rounds of the lower bracket. Not only that, you've got 2 chances up there. You win once, you're already going to be guaranteed a top 3. If you win that, first round matchup in the upper bracket, you are basically taking the shortcut road to the grand finals, and you've got extra cushioning in order to get it done. They want this badly.
Top 6 guaranteed.
You have to play again today. We've got a lower bracket coming up very soon, so maybe don't want to be over there coming off a loss.
Exactly.
All right. Well, listen, we'll see how all of that shapes up. Now, EG versus Williams. Chat, we're going to send it over to you guys. Ask you guys what you think, okay? Hashtag it, all right?
Do better this time.
EG.
Last one was pathetic.
Who do you think has this one? All right? And Gregan,
predictions are not doing well. Predictions are not doing well here on the
No, they're
broadcast.
not. No, they're not.
We need to split up, all right?
Yeah.
We need somebody to be right.
Look, I watched both these teams playing recently, and I think Williams Resolve have got a lot that they're doing well right now. One of the things they're lacking is that extra bit of creativity just to break down the offense, break down the defense a bit more. So I think Evil Geniuses just have that edge in the offensive department, but it's going to be very close.
Shogun, what about you?
I know earlier on, Colin Stumpy said that we shouldn't bully the new guy, but I've also said that we need everybody to split up. So I'm going to go with Gregan on this one, because I think EG are going to win, and we'll see if you'll, take one for the team and go for Williams.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say Williams, just because. Okay, I've been wrong too many times, so surely this will be the one. Let me just take a hit of this copium real quick. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. Okay, EG versus Williams for the top seed. Chat is saying 75% EG. Okay, we are in the minority here, and we're gonna stand start even less now. It's going up and down a little bit, but chat seems to be on your side. I don't know. What is your first prediction for the first game, Gregan?
Well, I mean, we've just seen Evil Geniuses play, so I think there's a little bit of recency bias from everybody. I think first game is going to go in favor of Evil Geniuses. I think it's probably going to be a 3-2, 3-1 to them, but what we're going to see is a lot of midfield back and forth from both these teams. So it could just be who gets that breakaway goal at the right moment. So it could go either way. No one likes to hear that. No one wants to hear it could go either way. But we're here now in the first game as Evil Geniuses versus Williams Resolve to take that top spot in Group C.
Yeah, in a position that you really would not have expected Williams Resolve to be in. I mean, there's maybe EG a little bit more, but for Williams Resolve, what a impressive upgrade that they have done very recently. It was a very long break, or at least it felt like it, between the major and getting here. How do you think it felt for teams that weren't going to the major? They were just forced to sit around, watch everyone else go to the first LAN event in a couple of years. That will motivate you real quick. And it seems like both of these teams have taken that to heart.
It's very interesting to think about that, right? With full major, the teams that were at the full major took a massive break over Christmas. They come back from the full major, they want to relax. Then it's Christmas, they want to relax. Then it's New Year's, they want to relax. Whereas these teams relaxed while the full major was going on and started prepping for this season over that Christmas period. So we're going to see a lot more drive from these teams that didn't make the full major early season, I think. And these are two teams that are definitely going to be one of pushing for that winter major. As the first minute here seems to be Evil Geniuses all on the front foot.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses have just done a really good job of ramping up their level of play throughout the day. And maybe that, they do come across to me as a bit of a team that, maybe first match of the Swiss, they probably wouldn't look at their best, but by the time they hit maybe round 4, you'd be looking at them playing and going, how on earth did you even lose a single series? Wow. Maybe it's a little bit of that here from them.
Yeah, looking good. And I think this is good signs for both teams. You know, at this early stage of the split, these teams are going to be fighting to get better seeding in future tournaments so they can have a easier run in their group.
This is already a fantastic win for Williams Resolve, in my opinion. Like, if they get first spot here, unreal, but this is so good for them because they are putting themselves in these positions now rather than just being they're looking better.
Yeah, because they made the quarterfinals, right, in the first full regional, I believe. And since then, they've just struggled to break through in the European region. It is tough when there's so many scary teams in that Swiss bracket. But they looked very good in the close qualifier Swiss when they went 3-0 as we see Catalysm bumping the goal line defender, Ivan getting the first goal of the game.
Oh my goodness. I think, there's going to be Sazen, who probably thinks that the ball became 100 times heavier. I'm sorry, lad. That was Catalysm going straight through ya. Williams Resolve hit the brick wall. That brick wall's name was Catalysm. And now Ivan off the challenge. Sazen with like a small amount of revenge. He's not going to get it. He's been wiped off the field. Oh, Ivan happy to take control of this. This is the position that he was so dangerous in the previous series. Drops it down to Catalysm. What a shot!
The floor pinch from Catalysm here, sending it just below the crossbar. Ivan setting that one up, taking it around, puts it down to the ground. They're so hard to read, those point-blank range shots. Prime just can't quite get up to it. And 2-0, Evil Geniuses go ahead.
You know you've hit a new level of respect when you see one small mistake and both of us went, oh no, you don't want to do that.
That's huge.
EG are starting to find their way into that bracket of team. Ivan right back over. Oh, what a play. He's got Catalysm. Almost got yet another one. Those corners are deadly from Evil Geniuses. They're so good at not only playing the ball, but setting up the defender in a position that they can get bumped from.
Yeah, so many different options from the corner. You've got the dribble where you send it low, the dribble you send it high. Now we're seeing Evil Geniuses really implement that, let the ball roll, and go for the demo.
What impresses me, though, is like you don't really see them go for the high version. They like to ground the opposing goalkeeper, make sure the ball's played low, make sure they have to stick around because then they become a much easier target rather than having to try and aerial into them. Radosin almost found an outplay of his own. There's little things like that for me that make Evil Geniuses so scary because no matter how good you are, if the ball's not in the air, you can't really showcase how good you are at avoiding the demos because you're kind of just dead on to them.
Exactly, and the way these guys let the ball get hit through them, they carry the ball to a point and then they give up on the ball and start going for that demo. As we see the net opened up from another demo. What a save from Radosin, sending it out to the side, but the pressure is still on as Evil Geniuses keep cleaning up after those clears.
This has been a statement as we see a great save by Catalysm. Didn't even allow the ball to go across the face of net.
He had no boost there, and he still found his route back.
10 boost, get a flip reset, go on top corner, mate. Okay, I don't believe in boost. All right, we might as well just blur out that part of our UI. It doesn't matter to these guys. Oh, what a shot!
The angle.
This has been one of the highest quality series and first games we've had in quite some time.
And you didn't expect at the beginning of the day that that'll be between Evil Geniuses and Williams Resolve. Radosin finding that back post shot, just keeping it in. And managing to send that on a very acute angle as we see a little bit of hope now for Williams Resolve trying to make their way in at the end of this game. 35 seconds to find an equalizer. It's going to be tough though. Evil Geniuses have looked very solid.
Ivan going to try and kill as much time as possible. Realize that he would have been beat if he went for it. Evil Geniuses, as always, just pick their spots and pick that one out. Catalysm gets the brace, re-establishes the 2-goal lead.
Oh, those 2v2 mechanics. These guys on Evil Geniuses are some of the most disliked players to play against in EU ranked for all the pro players because they're so fast, so disruptive, demo heavy, and you can see little moments like that where they've got those 1v1 outplays in the locker. And we see 3-1 the scoreline in this first game. Williams Resolve not by any stretch of imagination looking bad here, just Evil Geniuses at a different level.
Yeah, they were outplayed for all of them, and that's that's a compliment to Williams Resolve, because it's not often that we get to say that. Just a brilliant performance from Evil Geniuses, and they made probably the best looking version of Williams Resolve we've ever had look second rate.
100%. Watching Williams Resolve in the closed qualifier, they have got a very solid game plan, solid rotations, very efficient. They just don't quite have that same outplay potential that Evil Geniuses showed right there. And you can see Ivan coming in, saving those 4 shots, doing a little bit on everywhere on the pitch. Evil Geniuses have got all 3 players firing on all cylinders right now. At this moment, I'd love to bring you in, Orb, and say what's happening elsewhere, but all we're focusing on right now is this series here.
That's right. We don't have anything else to focus on right now as we're trying to see how this is going to shape up. Once again, my prediction falls flat, but this is only game 1. This is only game 1. Where's that copium
You took
at?
one for the team.
Where did I put the copium at? I got to get another hit of that. All right. So, I mean, the question from me really is like, Williams Resolve, what do they got to do to get back in? You know, what is there anything?
Their fingers and hope that Evil Geniuses take their foot off the gas a little bit.
That's the only one.
I'm not entirely convinced. As good as Williams Resolve are looking today, and I don't want to take that away from them, I still don't think their ceiling is higher than Evil Geniuses, and Evil Geniuses are playing above Williams Resolve's ceiling at the moment. So unless that comes down, I don't really see it going another way.
Greg, and you got to have better news for me, right?
I've got to agree with that to an extent, but then Rocket League is one of those games where if you start to challenge teams that are feeling confident, you can knock that momentum out of them. So what Williams Resolve really needs to do here is get that early goal, show a bit of presence in the midfield, taking that ball off of Evil Geniuses, and we might see a little less confidence from them, because they are playing incredibly confident right now, as we see early pressure being put on by Evil Geniuses straight off the start.
Yeah, and for me, this starts at the boost pads. Those back boost pads for Williams Resolve, they need to gain some sort of control over those, because whenever EG are getting forward, they are always stealing them. They're almost making those a priority over getting the ball. And it's very much limiting what Williams Resolve have been capable of achieving. As off the backboard, Redosa
an overcommit.
Makes very good use of it. And now it's going to be Catalysm. He's getting chased up with Sizen, but look at how long it took. And the reason for that is because Prime had no boost whatsoever.
Yeah, when you're under pressure for a while, that boost management is so key. Catalysm trips on the post, Sazen sending it home, and that's the kind of mistake that can make you feel a little less confident.
Yeah, maybe not the skill ceiling anymore for Catalysm. that was yeah, not the moment that you want to have on a day that has been a highlight reel for Evil Geniuses, and very much from the ceiling to crashing back down to earth. EG need to put that one behind them. Catalysm off the mistake. Last time we saw a mistake like this, they scored. Off this mistake, they almost got another.
Yeah, well, that goal did come down to Rizex being straight beaten to the ball by Sazen, which is definitely Williams Resolve's biggest strength. They are fast in the air. They will beat you to the ball.
He's got the double. That had to go in.
The
you
double
can't get
fake.
a double fake and not find a goal afterwards. I understand, Catalysm. You did really well. You should have just still scored, mate.
Yeah, and then the awkward bounce off the inside the post meant no one was able to follow up from Evil Geniuses. But again, we said that's what's so strong about Evil Geniuses. They are creative. They've got so many different options that they can take on at any given moment. It makes it so hard to defend against. You don't know whether they're going to go fast, whether they're going to go for the bump, whether it's going to be a fake like we just saw. Just keeping Williams Resolve on their toes.
It's a pace that they set where when they suddenly hit the brakes, it really throws you off guard. And Rizex can't get anything past Redosin. Catalysm to himself over to the corner. Well, we've seen what they can do offensively. Now defensively, they're forced to deal with it. Ivan will be by himself, at least temporarily. And he deals with that one about as solidly as you could possibly expect. Now it's a race, and Redosin will get there in time. Just over half the game left to play. Williams Resolve up by 1.
Moments like this,
Catalysm, you can't.
Always gotta watch out for him.
A goal like that.
That is just beautiful. Ivan putting that in Catalysm's pocket, but he makes it look so much easier than it is. He got around that ball, sent it far post, beat someone in the air. Catalysm, that is unreal.
Wow, that's all I've really got to add on to that one. Catalysm with just another level every single time. Now they need to find one more. But Evil Geniuses, that's part of that skill stealing that I was talking about. That was even above the skill stealing that I expected them to have. A special goal from a special player. Cataclysm can't get it past Sizen. Doesn't have enough boost to follow up as much as he wanted to. And there's a war happening over in that back third. Couple of bumps, trying to find each other's boost. Cataclysm doesn't care about the rough play anymore. Instead, he wants to just silky smooth every time.
So deadly. You see Redosin sending it away on the goal line. There was no opportunity prior that he could go up and make an interception because Catalysm kept that ball moving through the air dribble. And that's what's so threatening here is you have to respect it. As soon as you go up early, that's going to be the moment that they punish you. And Williams Resolve really having to question every interaction, every challenge. Is it now? Is now the right time? Or am I leaving my teammates too vulnerable behind me? Evil Geniuses just got so much flair today.
Oh, we were wondering whether or not the trip up on the line might put Catalysm back a step or two. It certainly has not been the case. If anything, it's just fired him up even more. Rizex takes his time, gives up that back boost to take on 2 challenges.
All 3.
Now back into the midfield. Oh, that's a huge whiff! And Catalysm, happy to see that he got there first. Just a quick moment of realizing your immortality.
Oh, you saw there Rizex in the corner, just understanding there is no threat if he wants to go for 50-50s. Eventually, the ball did pop out in favor of Williams Resolve, but that's what I'm loving seeing about Evil Geniuses. They're not scared to go for a challenge that could potentially lead to the ball going towards their own half. They control the challenges and make sure it goes towards a teammate, using the space behind them to the side of them in those challenges. Very smart Rocket League.
Pops back out. First one there is Catalysm, and Sizen found just the one spot that would have worked to make that save. He's kept his team in it. And this is a game that Williams Resolve will really, really want. Otherwise, they face a reverse sweep to get themselves that top seed. Ivan, does he have the support? As Rizex won't be able to win the race. Instead, Prime doesn't set really much of anything up. And Catalysm decided against it. In fact, this might have been a dangerous touch to take. Catalysm traps the ball against the backboard. Wants to find the ball to the floor, and they have done it. Overtime needed to settle this game too.
You mentioned reverse sweep. The last time these two played in their group, it was the first round, and we actually saw Evil Geniuses go up 2 games and get reverse swept by Williams Resolve. So I'm sure they don't want to have to do that again, but it is something that has happened already just today between these 2 teams. But I think that is also a sign that maybe Evil Geniuses have improved as the day has gone on, because they look fantastic against Semper and they look incredible right here as we go into overtime. This is a big, big game for Williams Resolve, not just for this series, but for this whole tournament. As we said, coming first in your group means huge difference in the group.
Bumped.
Oh, that's just not good enough from Prime.
No clutch at the moment. They're doing a great job of setting themselves up for plays. And then when it comes to that one moment where you need the good hit of the ball, there's nothing there. And in this case, there was no player there. Off the infield pass. I do feel like the control has been with Williams Resolve, but they're just not creating anything for it. Maybe off this. Can't find the boost to get an extra hit. Redosin from the ceiling takes his time. He's got bottom corner. And Redosin, with ice in his veins, has got the game.
That's brilliant from Redosin. Not only does he get the 1v3 outplay, but he allowed his team to get behind him to give him full confidence to take on that play. And he slots it in bottom left corner. We have a series on our hand here. 1-1. Williams Resolve taking game 2.
If there's a will, there's a way. As we believe, we hope of a better future.
Are you one of these when you start winning? I'm not going to judge you, mate. I know I'm exactly the same.
No, listen. You gotta ravel it in a little bit, you know.
All right, I'm going to find out exactly what sort of person you hear, Orb, because we saw 2 goals here from Williams Resolve.
Yes.
We saw Catalysm tripping up on the goal line, and we saw the outplay at the end.
Yes.
Which one did you like more?
I mean, to be honest, I wanted to ask you guys about Catalysm's goal up top.
Yeah,
that's got to be
beautiful.
I mean, in terms of I don't know, in terms of breaking any type of in terms, huh?
We're seeing that tomorrow on top plays. Like I know Gregan's, he's already got it written down. He's got it ready to go. Like that was unreal.
I mean, I like, how important is that type of goal to like break any type of momentum? Obviously now it didn't work out in the end, but just to kind of stop any momentum, how important is a goal of that caliber? Like the in-game, how would you explain it? Like the in-game mechanics, right, of one player, the player mechanics versus like the team effort, right? A goal like that's got to mean a great deal.
Well, it almost neutralized the mistake that happened prior from Catalysm. So I don't know if it necessarily gave him that feel good, but almost like okay, I've made up for my mistake feeling. So I think it very much depends on the timing. If you can get it in a really clutch moment, team is over the moon in confidence. But in that situation, it was, sorry guys, I've made up for my mistake.
So, Gregan, I'll be able to ask you about this one a little bit, because you as a coach have obviously been in positions where your opposing team has scored a worldie like that one. I don't think it necessarily would have an effect on your team, I mean, on their team, but as much as it would be your team just going, oh, we're dealing with a team that can hit that today. All right, we need to position a little bit differently to just try and cover that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know if it was my way of creating copium for the team, but I always used to just say to my team, look, if that's the kind of goals that they need to produce to beat our defense, then that's a good thing, right? As long as we score the goals, which Williams Resolve managed to get 2, and that's what it requires to beat us, then we're in a good spot, right? If we just find 2 or 3 goals a game and they have to score worldies, you know? It's a different way of looking at it.
And still, Williams Resolve ended up taking the win, so yeah, no, 100%. Williams Resolve will be ecstatic with the way today has gone for them. But as well as they've been playing today, they'd rather this be the last series that they play. If they end up losing, they'll have another one to get through.
Oh, good bump.
That's an opportunity for them. Low boost for Ivan, but he's quick enough to the ball. Now RizX. Oh, you don't want to play RizX in this position. He's such a terrier. Ivan on the goal line. He's almost got wrong-footed. RizX taking his time yet again. Just back and forth on the pressure. That shot not quite there. A minute and a half gone. Both teams are happy to take this game to the other.
It's really interesting. Both teams are overcommitting frequently, but they're very good at rotating back via the midfield and not relying on the 100 boost in the corner, picking up a few pads, coming in, doing a low boost touch. But what it does mean is if you get stuck there, you're then in defense on the back foot for a while. And I think that's where either team can really punish, like you said, with bumps. RizX being the terrier, getting those bumps. So you do have to be careful going back on that low boost decision as Prime stepping up finally. I needed to see that from him. Finally getting a goal on the board.
Yeah, that's the sort of shot that you go for when you're confident, because you've already got to be there. You've got no time to wait to see if the play's going to work out and suddenly jump in. So Prime with full confidence in his team. And Williams Resolve looking to book their spot against Team Queso in that upper bracket. Whoever loses this, by the way, will be up against Team Vitality in just a little while in that lower bracket. Despite what we've seen from Vitality, it's still not a position I'd want to be in, because Vitality just always seem to find a way lately.
Well, Vitality were a team that denied Evil Geniuses their chance of going to the major, so I'm sure they'd like to get their revenge.
I don't think they'd be that petty to throw themselves into the lower bracket. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they'd rather face them later on in the tournament, having got a nice easy run through the upper bracket. That's true.
I would respect it an awful lot, but maybe not today. Still might end up being the case, though. Williams Resolve forcing the matter. There's Radostin back to that corner. I think a lot more corner players now from both teams than we typically see from most series. Catalysm, does he want to go for the ball? Does he want to go for the player? Kind of seemed like he committed to both.
Overcommit.
Now Prime with Radostin midfield. He goes for the goalkeeper, and he nails it.
This is just Prime 2v2 breakaway moment right here. Prime with the ball, wasting enough time to allow his teammate to rush forward, take out the goal line defender. And as we mentioned, these guys, when they overcommit, have to rush back on low boost. And that leaves you very vulnerable to the demo there. RizX annihilated, Prime with the goal.
That 2v1 is lethal today. Sizen wants to go low. And RizX, once again, almost got a hit. Opportunity started to present itself for Williams Resolve. Catalysm just flings himself past the ball. Williams Resolve with so much more confidence than we have ever seen from them. Back out, Ivan not going to trouble too much, but this has got so much more dangerous. Scurries the ball away. Now Radostin with Prime in support from that far side. Prime's positioning much more effective right now. As Ivan off the backboard and Radosin always there, ready and waiting for it. I want to see the fake out infield from Evil Geniuses set up and then just drop the ball to a teammate, because as good as they've been, they are always going back third every single time. And it has meant that Williams Resolve have started to set up for it.
Well, speaking of things we need to see changed, I was worried about Prime in that game too. Even though Williams Resolve won it, Prime made a few big errors and wasn't getting involved in the offense enough. But this game, getting both the goals and looking so deadly around the pitch, he's the player to watch right here as he stepped up, allowing Williams Resolve to look much the better team here. Evil Geniuses, though, like you said, they need to change something up. They need to find a new route to net because this isn't working.
The corners were going really well for them, and they've tried it a few more times in this game. Just not setting up anymore, and Prime, well, he's got himself a hat-trick. Talk about bouncing back from that game too. Oh, enough has this one gone in our Catalysm. Yeah, okay, aggressive stance. You need to be there anyway. You're 2 goals down. Already too much to complain about for me.
Yeah, just looking a little bit rushed now, Evil Geniuses. It seems like when they're playing from behind, they try and force the goal a bit too much. And that actually led to the second goal through that overcommit. So a little bit more discipline needed from Evil Geniuses. It's a long game. 5 minutes is a lot of time to find your opportunity. And they need to just respect that and focus on the breakdown, because now Williams Resolve have got 2 on the trot going into game 4 with all the momentum.
Yeah, Williams Resolve looking like they've earned this. That's something that you kind of get worried about when you see a team that you don't necessarily expect. You start looking around just going, all right, what was happening in this group? Who was underperforming? But Williams Resolve, they are performing at a level that earns them this sort of position that they are now on the verge of grabbing a hold of. And Orb, well, it's gone from taking one from the team to you're on the verge of a brilliant prediction.
Shogun, time.
Hi.
Time is the most valuable thing we have. It's the one thing we can't buy or ever buy back. You see, once we spend our time, we can never get it back. Now, I like to spend my time betting on the winning team. Now, Williams is performing so well. I want to say shout out to the 25% of chat. We are the minority in here, but we stand strong. All right. I mean, that looked really convincing for Williams. What is happening with EG? Is there anything you're spotting as like the problem area for them that they can't stop Williams? Gregan, I'm throwing it over to you.
Yeah, they're just trying to force the goal a bit too much. I think they need to focus on breaking down Williams Resolve a bit more. Both these teams, very efficient in their rotation. They maintain boost well. They challenge well. And if you force the goal, you're just going to get counter-attacked on, be put on the back foot. And Williams Resolve are really punishing there. Evil Geniuses, calm it down a bit. Focus on challenge game, and then wait for that opportunity to strike.
All right, let's see if that is the one. Shogun, what do you think?
I think I got to refer to what we were speaking about earlier on, which was the worldie that we saw Catalysm score, but that's the only goal now that we have seen from Evil Geniuses in 10 minutes of gameplay.
Can't rely on that.
That's the level that you now need to get past Williams. Williams are in a fantastic spot. You know what, Gregan? Now that Orb's gone, we've just seen what he's like when he's winning. He's very smug.
He is. I'm not liking this.
Perfect. No, it's great. Name one person on the European team that isn't super smug when they're right. I mean, he's not right for too much longer, given that this one has just got in. But it was good to see from him.
Well, you see a great intercept there from Ivan, and that rotation via the opposite side corner boost to come in and take the shot. Coming from the blind spot there, Rizek's fantastic rotation and good speed all around from Evil Geniuses. And the thought of them scoring and Orb's face becoming less smug made me very happy.
Wait, we got the opportunity to look at it. All right, I'm switching back over so I can see him throughout this matchup.
He's probably sorting out his hair or something, knowing all.
Yeah, he's got a wee smirk on his face. He knows he's being talked about.
Yeah, he loves it. Oh, it's great having Orb here, though. In all seriousness, he's been amazing energy for us over here on the day one streams. We'll be seeing him throughout the rest of the split, as we will be seeing some great Rocket League in Europe, as the depth has just been so good for this region for so long. And I think this event has just shown it. Queso and one of Williams Resolve, Evil Geniuses, neither of which teams that made it to the full major are going to be making it into that upper bracket. Luminosity almost beating BDS over in their match. A lot of teams making a name for themselves in this region.
And one thing that we can discuss as well is that since Europe really did not go too heavy on the roster movements, we were talking about this pre-show, how I can describe this as the biggest opportunity for European coaches to show off what they're capable of doing, because it's very difficult to implement your vision and develop a player when that team is changing every 3 months.
Exactly.
Now you've got a team that has kind of settled down. You've had a whole split to see where the mistakes are. I want to see which of the coaches is going to start developing their players the best and start reaching the vision of what their play style is supposed to be.
100%. And we say BDS is that team at the top that really sets the standard for the European region. And what we're going to see...
That's in.
A breakaway goal from Catalysm here is a little bit of an overcommit here from Williams Resolve. A strong 50-50 from Ivan. I mean, take your shot, you know? Great stuff.
Well, Orb's walked away. Quick, I'm giving Orb... I can't recap other games anymore, so I'm giving Orb recaps. And he's gone. So that's how he feels about it. Catalysm. Oh, can he go for the outplay yet again? He went for the attempted block of the clear. Who's there first to this? Sizen. Yeah, Dragon, going back to it. There's so many teams that I'm looking forward to seeing just the before and after of how they entered this season and how they will exit this split. Is there any sort of teams in particular you're looking forward to seeing? And just want to know what this coach is capable of doing and molding this team.
Yeah, I think really the big question for me is, do these top 9 teams keep developing, or is this going to be a make or break season for them, right? Are they going to get to a stage where going into the spring split, they maintain that same roster and build from there, or will they need to make a change? You know, we've got Endpoint and Dignitas seem to be getting better every single season, and then we've got the rosters like Semper, where we're always like, oh, they're missing something. They're missing that one little thing, and I think today shows signs of that, where it's like they just don't quite have that fear factor that you'd see from Dignitas, Endpoint, and BDS when they're performing at their best.
Yeah, you want to see whether or not that can sort of be taught to the team to give them that little bit extra, or will they start having to look outside of the organization to bring some new ideas in?
Yeah, new coach at Semper as well. Billy coming in as their new coach.
Oh, like the idea. Both of Billy coming in and also almost finding the fake into hook shot. Yes, I've been very interested in how coaches have been moving around. Obviously, Endpoint, maybe one of the most physically visible versions of what coaching can do, as we see them get up and just jump up and down a little bit whenever they get their opportunities. This is going to be very interesting to see, though, as Catalysm and the rest of EG got their 2-goal advantage, looking to send us to Champions Field. Is it going to be a third? That one needed to go maybe not directly down the middle. Sizen happy to see that happen the way he did, but won't be happy to see this as Prime just scuffs the ball away from the net.
Yeah, just to go back to that coaching discussion, Ivan's going to shut me up as he sends...
Yeah, this one's done. We can have all the discussions we want. 3-0. We can get this done, get ourselves hyped up for that Game 5 afterwards.
Yeah, going to be going to Game 5 here. Evil Genius is bouncing back fantastically. But on the coaching discussion, it's not just the coaches of the team, the Rocket League coaches per se, but we're going into an era now of Rocket League where we've got more than gameplay coaching. We've got performance psychology, we've got sleep hygiene, we've got nutrition, we've got the stretching that we see Endpoint doing, and a lot more physical and out of game decisions from these teams on how to improve performance. And it'll be interesting to see which team gets on board with those philosophies. I know Endpoint are big believers in the stuff their psychologist Callum brings in, and we heard a lot about the Dignitas psychologist. So very much a new era of Rocket League esports now, with more science being implemented into the scene.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier on, how consistency can be so difficult to maintain. You need every little bit of help that you can get. 2 each in this series to see who is going to grab a hold of that upper bracket spot. A reminder that will automatically get you past the first 2 rounds of the lower bracket, even if you end up losing that one. If you even win one game, you've already got yourself a top 3. But Orb, we're going into this 5th game. Have you got another rousing speech for us, or was the last one the only one that you had?
Well, Shogun, I'll tell you what. I'm excited for a Game 5. You know, I truly believe that in order to prove your worth sometimes, you gotta go to the limit, right? You gotta see through. You gotta go to that game 5. We talked about sweeps before. They can be fun, but we don't want the easy route. We rather do it down to the wire. So
you are the definition of copium sometimes. The way you speak, about the team that you predicted here, you're so sure you're going to win without.
You could tell he's been on a team stream or two, can't you?
It's G2. No. I like to consider myself. I don't want to be biased.
But you want to be right. There's a difference.
Yeah,
that
you're
is
allowed
true.
to be right, and we're going to find out very shortly whether or not you will be. Or as we do get over to this, a reminder once again: whoever loses this one, lower bracket, are going to be up against Team Vitality, a Team Vitality
that's right.
We're kind of not overly convinced by today. So, Orb, thank you very much. We'll get to see whether or not you're going to be smug or, despondent in about 5 minutes' time, as we have got ourselves into our Champions Field Game 5. The tiebreaker to decide the tiebreaker. And both these teams have looked so much more than we ever expected them to be coming into today, but only one of them can get that top spot, as Ivan off the challenge couldn't set up a teammate. Would have liked that one just to bounce maybe a little bit less lively towards somebody else.
Yeah, we can't separate these teams very easily right now. The first game being a game 5 reverse sweep win by Williams Resolve, and then being equal in the group as well. And now we're here in game 5 of the tiebreaker. Good signs for both these teams that for the rest of the split, they can be up there in contention for the top. And as you mentioned earlier on, this is some of the best Rocket League we've seen today. Very solid, very consistent from both teams. But now when the pressure is really on to decide a huge difference in their run in the playoffs, this is the moment where we really need to see that team step up.
The only criticism I can possibly levy, I'm going to get this out of the way before we get into the real deep parts, is Catalysm knew he had to make a play. He was being chased down. Great heads up from him. Prime gets rid of him on the second opportunity, but this time Catalysm did have some support. But the big thing that has been happening throughout the series is whoever scores first has the best chances. And Ivan has got his team that first goal.
Ivan 1v3 onto the sidewall, over another, gets the double tap. The angle on that final touch, unbelievable.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that whoever is trailing has struggled to catch back up. Williams Resolve are trailing, and they're going to have to figure out how to get back into this game. Ivan, out of nowhere, comes up with the play. There's a shot, at least towards Catalysm. But with him and his 4 boosts, would have been happy to see where that initially was. The infield pass was intercepted. Ivan, well on the ball. Prime back out. Only as far as Radosin. Quite a bit of help. Ivan back to that corner. You saw earlier on how much more EG were happy to attack when they had somebody over in the corner. This time holding players back, making sure that midfield is secure. Sizen in field. I'd be worried about that after the near interception from Ivan just a moment ago. You might just be handing away a second opportunity to EG.
One of the hardest things to recognize in Rocket League is when your opponent is broken down and you can take those risky touches, because when it goes wrong, it's goal conceding level. When it goes right, you score a goal. You know, it's a massive difference between that broken down team. And right here, I think Williams Resolve are really struggling to break down Evil Geniuses. Especially, we saw them broken down, and even then, Catalysm was able to defend 1v2. So Evil Geniuses really stepping up in this final moment here. Can they keep it up for the duration of the game, though?
Well, EG's worst work has been when they're trying to chase after a game. They don't need to do that here. They can focus on positioning. Prime off the infield. And once again, Ivan's got it scouted off the continued play. They've got a demo, maybe an opportunity to set up, and the demo has lasting repercussions as Radosin levels us at 1 each.
Sazen, that demo is genius. It forces Catalysm to make a decision. Do I wait for the shot or do I try and close down the distance? He picks wrong. Catalysm gets lobbed. No keeper behind him. Scores a level. This is going to be a tight one. Evil Geniuses, though, my big question for them is, are they going to rely on just worldy goals like we saw from Ivan, or do they have a solid game plan that they can rely on that doesn't require massive mechanical skill?
Off the backboard. And yeah, it's a very good question to answer, get an answer for. And for me, I'm not too sure if that's, EG just not having the pace, or whether or not Williams Resolve are just that good defensively, where you
They are
need
scary.
something at that level to get past them.
They cut off everything. Everything you try and go for, Williams Resolve are up, and it just puts so much pressure on you to rush your touches. And the moment you're rushed, that's when your mechanics start to get not as controlled. You know, you double jump rather than holding a dodge because you feel like you got to get there faster. You don't feel comfortable going for a flip reset because you feel like they're there already. And that's what we need to see them trusting when they have that space.
And that's strength that Williams Resolve can go right back into because they got a goal with plenty of time to spare. They didn't have to go looking for risky plays. As that could have gone anywhere, and instead he just bounced up and down. Ivan, risky back pass to Rizex, but Rizex dealt with it very well.
What a block. You see moments like that.
Look at Callison. That was close.
You see there, just a normal off-the-wall touch from Rizex gets intercepted by Prime and is almost a conceding moment. That's where you feel uncomfortable against the speed of Williams Resolve. Just constantly there, constantly putting pressure on.
And finding good approaching angles where, you know, their first play on the ball doesn't take them out of the game. They can keep going afterwards. 30 seconds. One big goal separates either of these teams from that upper bracket spot. Rizex couldn't find a second touch. I would have loved to have seen it. Oh, that's a risky touch as well. Sizen off the backboard. Just settles for stealing some boost.
Good time wasting.
For once, would have been in a good spot for Williams Resolve, but they didn't have anybody around.
Oh, just saw the way Radisson changed up the pace there, went for the dribble, took one player out of the game. That's the key. You need to be taking players out of the game with these outplays that we see towards the backboard. Going to be taken away by Evil Geniuses. It looks like we're going to be going to overtime.
So we have the tiebreaker to decide the tiebreaker that's deciding the tiebreaker. One goal here is all we need. Who is going to step up and take it? Renosin, he scored off this earlier on. Can he get another one this time? Went for the flip reset last time, let the ball drop down. Now Rizex takes his own chance, but that midfield is secure by Williams Resolve.
Ooh, some sloppy touches. And Williams Resolve take it. 20 seconds into overtime. Sloppy defense from Evil Geniuses will be something they want to sort out going into the playoffs. But it's Williams Resolve who book their spot in the upper bracket. What a series to decide this Group C.
Bob, welcome to the broadcast, mate. That is certainly a top way of finishing off this group stage.
Listen, we don't break, we don't bend, we don't fold. We are the 25%. Oh my God! I mean, Shelby, you said it. You said it. The tiebreaker to the tiebreaker to the tiebreaker. I mean, if anything, it makes sense, right? If anything, it makes sense that it came down to this. But I mean, once again, what a power play of a goal there! What a power play of a goal from Ivan. And I mean, Cataclysm had one in game. Was it 2 or 3? Off the top. So I mean,
that's what it required. That's what it required to beat Williams Resolve, and they just made it so difficult for them. They were not lacking, I mean, phenomenal goals. I mean, your take on this, Shogun?
Wow. My take is I'm sad for Evil Geniuses that they've played this well and still weren't able to grab that top seed. But I'm kind of happy for them in a bit of a way because they've now got a chance at revenge. Vitality kicking them out from heading towards the major. And now a chance with Vitality looking at their most vulnerable we've ever seen them, with a chance to now eliminate them in the early goings of this one. So obviously they don't get everything they want, but I'm sure they'll feel very happy if they can take the win in the next round.
I mean, this is really tough for Evil Geniuses. They're going down into the lower bracket now. Their journey's so much longer. So you've got to wonder, is that going to be a massive mental kick for them, knowing that they have to take way more games? They have to play against all of these strong teams in the lower bracket, where one goal would have allowed them to have a nice, comfortable sit in the upper bracket, guaranteed top 6. It's going to be hitting them hard for sure.
Well, whether they're going to be comfortable or not, it is up to debate. It is up to see what's going to happen. Listen, we got more Rocket League lower bracket round 1 coming up right after this. Please stay with us. We will be right back.
I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't. We soon made 3 doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only
And just like that, the bills have been paid. We are back, and we are ready for the final round of today. We have gone through so many different matchups, so many different games. It's going to be exciting how this whole round shapes up. We got Luminosity versus Dignitas, which is going to be the game that we're watching here on the main stream. Thoughts on that matchup, Gregan? Off the rip, you seem excited to join in. What do you think?
Oh, I'm very excited for this game. Obviously, an underperformance from Dignitas coming third in their group has led them to one of the toughest teams in the bracket. Luminosity Gaming almost taking BDS in their group. So this is going to be one where Dignitas have to start waking up because they've not looked the same Dignitas we've seen in the full split. Luminosity, one of the only new rosters that I think people are backing to have a top 5 contention. So you'd have to be watching out for them. But you can see they're in the playoff bracket. We are now into the playoffs. We've lost 4 teams in the group stages. There's a few teams up there, the 4 teams who are happy to have come first in their group. They're comfortable, but it's now the gauntlet of the lower bracket that these teams have to fight through.
Shogun, are you surprised by any of the team's placements here in terms of the lower and the upper?
Yeah, what it was resolve.
Williams
we just saw them get here. I don't think anybody would have expected. I know a whole bunch of people out there like to do prediction brackets to see where they'd go. That must be like below 2%. That would have potentially gone for Williams Resolve, taking a position over there. But I think there was just a couple of teams that just underperformed in general. But there's just so few positions and so few spots over in that upper bracket. And you can see now, I mean, just look at that. Does that look fun to you, Orb, going through that lower bracket? It does. It's so long. You got to go through, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you got to go through 7 in a row to take this. And everyone in the upper brackets go, I'll just win like 4, I guess. Or maybe 3 if I really feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I think a lot of viewers at home that maybe more on the casual side of watching Rocket League, that it turns into a little bit of kind of an endurance sport for a lot of these players, right? When you got to play a lot of best of 5s and when you start getting up into best of 7s, there's a lot of time that you have to be locked in, you know, and then it's overtime. We all know Rocket League, right? Yeah, it's a 5-minute timer, but let's face it, overtimes happen all the time and they go 2, 5, 7, 10 minutes.
I was going to say, look at the North American bracket, and over there we saw FaZe and NRG make it through the upper, and they were very comfortable there. And then SSG had to fight their way through the lower bracket, and they got better and better as it went on. We saw teams like G2 improve through the lower bracket. So it is a great place for some of these newer teams like Luminosity to build some reps up at the highest level of Rocket League. But they are finding themselves in probably the toughest part of the bracket, facing Dignitas first, and then whoever wins that will go on to play either K-Corp or Semper. One of those teams will make it. The other 3 will be out early tomorrow. So a very tough four-way bracket there. I mean, the other side, what do you think about that one, Shogun? There's some solid teams there who are going to be going
some really solid teams, obviously. I'm partially tempted just to throw on the Dignitas stream because, as mentioned, every one of these teams has got their own stream that you can go and check out. So if we're not currently broadcasting the one that you want to go and see, you can go and listen to it. I might listen to the Dignitas one in my ear because I want to hear Gibbs and Leaf maybe not have the best time in this series. Who knows? That could be some tears running down some faces. But here we go. Orb, I let you go last. You went last time. I'm going to force you. I know you're the host. You got to go first.
Absolutely.
All right. You got to claim this one.
I will go first. Okay, chat. Don't forget to join us here. Hashtag one of the 2 teams who you think is going to win. I'm going to say Dig. I think they're going to find their way on this one. And I think they're going to win. And I think chat is going to lean towards Dig. That's what I think. That's my prediction. All right.
Do you want me to take it? I'm going to say Dignitas and Luminosity. I'm not predicting either of them. I'm just predicting that Leaf and Gibbs lose. And by proxy, that means Luminosity are going to win.
And does that mean you win?
I always win when Gibbs and Leaf lose.
I mean, well, it's funny you mentioned Gibbs and Leaf. I got told by Gibbs, he's like, oh, by the way, you're compiling the top goals of the day. I'll make sure to send through all the Dig highlights. We always have loads of highlights over here on the Dig stream. Maybe not today, as I think this one is going to be going to Luminosity. They are the hot new team in the EU region. Dignitas not looking back to their normal form. They did take a break in the off-season coming into this split. I think we'll see them heat up as the split goes on. Luminosity are that new roster. They're one of the few teams that made a roster move in this region. They're going to be going through that honeymoon phase right now. 3 of the best players in the region. Watch out for them.
All right. Well, chat is saying some 6 to 7, 6 to 8% in favor of Dig. Now, chat, we saw how it went last time, so I really wonder how this one is going to shape up. Once again, this is the final round here for today. This is lower bracket round number 1. Don't forget the other team streams. If you want to check those out, feel free to do so. But it's Dig versus Luminosity on this one. It's going to be a ball. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Orb. And I think Orb's now, he's scurried away to open up as many tabs of Rocket League he possibly can, because we have got an awful lot going on here. Remember, lose and you are out. Win and you've still got 7 more steps to go and take a hold of the Apollo Open Championships. Apparently, Jack, that's heading towards your own net. Maybe get rid of that one.
Yeah, you mentioned about the gauntlet right here, and Dignitas will be thinking right now, I wish I'd done better in that group stage, but they were in a very tough group. Queso coming out on top in Group B. A lot of young talent in Group B taking down Dignitas. But it is that point now. It's like, this is where your best teams in your region can fight through. Space Station did it in North America. Can Dignitas do that run here and show why they are one of the best Europe has to offer?
Well, Rocket League, especially early Rocket League, is littered with some of the most impressive lower bracket runs that we have seen. Look towards Northern Gaming, you look towards Flipside Tactics, but modern day Rocket League, the one big difference is that those teams, you could argue, had easier matches to get them up and running by the time they got to the bigger ones later on in the bracket. This, you're going to struggle to find an easy matchup. You are up against it immediately, and you are going to take on wave after wave after wave of ridiculously difficult competition, and also a lot of demos. Apparently, Jack, you've got... Joris makes sure of it. I don't know if Jack missed that.
I think it was just about on target, but Scrub getting 2 demos there. And I think that was just on target.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, Joris is the bad guy now.
Perhaps, Shogun, you need laser eye surgery like Orb. You know, he can now see fantastically.
I could maybe do with it. I have no depth perception at all. I am useless at that.
That explains a lot of why we struggled back in the day in Rocket League playing together.
Oh, mate, it's always been pretty bad.
We can see here, great play from Scrub to demo 2 players, and then all it took was 1 outplay, and all 3 of them probably could have scored off of Jack's shot towards the net. It was Jorias who'll get credited for it, stealing it on the goal line. Is that a wall dash there from Scrub Killer, just sending him forward towards that ball a little bit more? And speaking of wall dashes, actually, I've got a funny story about Tox. As he just lets one in, Jorias sneaking it in behind him there, and that will be 2-0 now for Dignitas.
I'm not going to write anything. I want to hear your funny story about Tox. You've got me. You've got me intrigued now, Gregan.
So when we were scrimming against Tox, when I was coaching at Guild, and this was quite early on when wall dashes were quite new, there was this moment where Tox was on low boost and he managed to get about 15 consecutive wall dashes chasing down the ball. And it was Devo who was waiting on the other side of it. Oh, Jack getting 3 there. And all I'm going to say is...
They're not going to let you... The longer you keep going the story, the more Dignitas are going to score.
I mean, Dignitas fans want me to carry on this story forever, clearly. But it was one of those moments where it's something you've never seen before. It makes quite a funny sound when you chain dash a lot. And me and Devo just burst out laughing because I'd never seen someone get that many chain dashes. And again, Atomic, another wall dasher. He loves doing wall dashes. So we'll probably see a few of those in this series. One of the newer mechanics of Rocket League these days.
Well, Tox and the rest of Luminosity with, well, the polite way to describe it is work to do. They find themselves 3 goals down, half the game left to go. It's the Dignitas that you would have expected to see throughout the day, but also not against Dignitas's MO. How many times have we spoken to Gibbs after the day 1 broadcast and he goes, I don't know what this team is doing.
Wow.
Right now, I think he knows exactly what they're doing. They are decimating their opponents.
Yeah, hat-trick for Jorias. Just look at the scoreboard here. Scrub Killer on 54 points. Definitely doing a lot of work off the ball, disrupting the defense. But it is Jorias, known for his scoring potential, gets himself the hat-trick. And at this point, I think it's a bit of rebuild for Luminosity. This game's almost definitely gone. They just need to suss out what's going on.
Have you just spotted the exact moment the honeymoon period ended for Luminosity? Because
this is it.
I think it happened in the last minute or so.
Yeah, it's tough. When you come up against a team like Dignitas in the lower bracket, you do often wonder what the team's mentality is like. Do they think, oh, why have we got Dig here? Or do they think, okay, we're facing a team that's underperforming, let's beat them, you know?
Oh, what an infield. Tox had no chance. Apparently, Jack's up to the brace. 5 goals in just over 3 minutes. Jorias involved yet again. I think that's a little bit of a, I stole one from you earlier. You deserve this. Here you go.
Here's a little gift for you. I mean, that was incredibly hard to defend. It was a 129 km/h shot there. Apparently, Jack banging that one back corner. And we might see another goal here. Scrub almost breaking through. And if you're a Dignitas fan, of which there are many out there, you'll be very happy to see this bounce back after the group stage from them, which wasn't the typical Dignitas level we'd expect to see.
I don't know, man. I feel like if you asked any Dignitas fan, they'd say it's a very typical Dignitas performance from early rounds.
Lots of highlight goals.
Tox, are we there? Not quite. Scrub Killer back just in time. Minute and 20 on the clock. It's just a question now if Luminosity are going to get anything on the board. And looks like the answer is yes. Atomic gets one in. currently just a consolation goal, and they're going to need maybe the strongest kickoff performance of their lives to get this back.
100%. Watching Luminosity during the closed qualifier, their gameplay did look a bit chaotic at times. And when you've not got that structure against a team like Dignitas, who have that ability to outplay as individuals and rotate very well around each other, you'll get punished for that chaos. So we need to see a little bit more structure from them if they feel like they can beat a team like this. My goodness! Apparently, Jack, that is beautiful!
Well, nothing apparently about it. When you got thrown with the ball, you knew it was certain. Apparently, Jack, styles on them all. What a pickup he has been. And it's just been getting more and more comfortable. Every time we see him take to the RLCS field, he looks more comfortable with his position on these teams. And that is just what he is capable of. 6-1. Dignitas.
Oh, look at that.
Unbeatable in this sort of form. And a big thing to mention here, Gregan, is how important it is to get through this round, because dropping out with a top 12 puts you so much against it when it comes to now chasing down that top 5 spot. If you win this and go out top 8, yes, it's still behind the target, but it's significantly easier to do. If you're dropping out here, you're already up against it now for the entire split.
Oh, 100%. This format favors those who are consistent, favors those who play well in other tournaments. And that's what these guys really need to make sure they do. If they drop an early regional, they're going to be fighting against it for the rest of the split. And also for that entry through the top 8. You don't want to be going in through the closed qualifiers. And that's one of the hardest challenges.
How many teams have we seen drop points just because they couldn't even make it to the event?
Exactly. If you find yourself in a closed qualifier, you're going to be fighting against all of these teams like Luminosity, like Queso, like Williams Resolve. Williams Resolve and Queso are in the upper bracket, and they were in the closed qualifier. That's the quality you have to fight against to make it just to the event alone. But this first game is all Dignitas.
Right, Orb. There's a lot going on. What have you got for us, bud?
Yeah, there is a lot going on. I feel like I'm jumping between streams as much as I can, as I'm also trying to watch the Dig game. But man, fantastic result for Dig there. So we have in K-Corp beating Semper in their first match. Now in game number 2, Semper is up by 1. Misfits lost the first game, but are now up 3-0. So they're looking to hopefully even that one out. And then EG beat Vitality in their first game. Now they're on game 2, and Vitality is up 1-0.
So we're gonna have a whole bunch of 1-1s, is what I'm hearing.
Like
that's what it's looking like.
All right, Luminosity, you're gonna win this next game. It's confirmed. They have to keep the streak going. I saw you, by the way, Orb, over in the background. Whenever Dig would go, I saw a bit of that. This is Orb's celebration, by the way. He just does a couple of fist bumps, and that's it.
I'm glad you.
He's gone for like the chest press or the shoulder press upwards. It's great form.
I'm glad you catch that, even though nobody else can see it. It's good. I'm just vibing. Okay, I'm just vibing over here.
Oh my! Today it seems like predicting the team to lose is the way we've been going. I got a disgruntled message.
For a 0-3 today.
Yeah. I got a disgruntled message from a friend of mine who works at Williams Resolve saying, "Why did you predict against us?" And I said, "Mate, that's where you want to be. When we predict a team, it's more likely to go the other way, it feels like today, as teams have been getting upset all over the place. And this is going to be one of those games which I don't think is an upset. I think Dignitas are expected to win this for sure.
Yes.
I think there was a little bit of the recency hype bias around Luminosity going into this from you and I.
You know exactly why I predicted against Dignitas, and it wasn't because of their players.
It was because of Gibbs and Lee, wasn't it?
Yep. I predicted with my heart, 100%, not my head. As Atomic, might have wanted to get over that ball just so he could have rolled towards Ixo. Scrub called off by Jack. And the only real question is going to be, are Jack and Jorius going to do the exact same coming into this game? Because if they are, what can Luminosity even do to stop them?
I don't think there is a better duo out there in Rocket League than Jack and Jorius when they're playing their best. Jorius is probably the best player in the world on his day. When he's playing in full form, he can do things that no other player can. And we saw that in the Semper series where he got about 800 points a game. These guys are exceptional when they're playing well and fantastic to watch as well. I'm sure a lot of people who aren't necessarily fans of the players are fans of the way they play, as it is very flary. But this game, slightly less scoring going on. It's 0-0 here, about a minute and a half into the forfeit zone.
Oh, Ixo's shot. He went as far away as he could from the keeper. As well placed as he could have done, and he's got his team the first goal.
I said I'm the curse today. If I say anything, it seems the opposite seems to happen. As I say, not many goals. Luminosity answer. A great shot from Ixo, back post. A lot of power, a lot of placement, and that'll send them ahead.
So 1-0 over here. If Luminosity do take this, then we'll follow the unique pattern of every single game that I just heard of from Orb, having a 1 each, or at least heading towards it. Good challenges. Apparently Jack not going anywhere. Stood his ground, willing to take on 50-50 after 50-50. But now look at how deep Luminosity are playing. They are not needing to go too far up. First time we've already had a chance to see how they are playing from a winning position. Apparently Jack over on the wall, ran out of boost and ran out of ways to play it. And here's Scrub, who be interested to see. He's also only on 18 points for this game. Now, obviously, Dignitas not as efficient as they were in the previous game, but he is still kind of just sat there supporting the other duo.
Yeah, I've just been watching his point of view for a little bit to see what he's doing. And anytime where Jack or Jorius is in a better position than him, he lets them go. He's there to clean up the gaps if he's ever needed and provide bump opportunities and, you know, intercepts when the opponents have got control.
You can see just there is that actually floats over the top of apparently Jack. Oh, they tried chasing it. I'm curious to see what the boost was like across 14. The entire team.
It was 14 from Scrub. That's why he was just short on that intercept, and it faked out Jack as Jack started moving across the pitch trying to read Scrub's touch. But just a slight error there from Scrub leads to a goal, but we know the firepower this team has. 2 goals is not unretainable, you know. They can definitely get back into this game. But it will be in favor of Luminosity now. And this is the kind of team that we were expecting to see. Solid rotations back into the play over and over again. And when that moment comes, they will strike and find the gap.
Those of you at home wondering where your favorite team is, they're either, one of 3 places. They're either out, my condolences. They're either up in the upper bracket, great for you, or they're playing over on their team stream. So be sure to go and check them out if you're wandering them around, or stick around with us and we'll keep you up to date with everything that is going on around the field. Great interception there by apparently Jack. Where's the support? Jorius almost just scooping the ball up. That time has ticked against them. This might be the opportunity that will not be wasted. Tox makes it 3-0. And Luminosity respond excellently to being smashed in game 1.
Excellent play there from Tox, taking control of it in defense, using the wall to his advantage to be able to get back onto that ball, and just looking to outplay anyone in his way and eventually breaking through the defense. And that's the key. These guys are all very solid at outplays. They're very efficient. They move around the pitch very fast. So you've always got to be threatened by their presence on the ball. And when the moment comes that they break through eventually, that's when they've got the execution to be able to finish the ball like we saw Ixo earlier on. But they do have a little bit of tendency to go too chaotic. And that's where Dignitas really needs to punish them, look to bring that chaos out in them, test them.
Well, as much as we can see the chaos from Luminosity, there was pretty much none of it in this game because they didn't need to go there. Dignitas caused their own problems, made their own mistakes, and Luminosity just had to be there to make sure they capitalized. 30 seconds left. And this one should be done and dusted. Scrub trying to find some way out. Something going for his team. Jorius off the wall, takes his time. He's got Jack in support. Can't get it to him. Scrub back to Jack. And another huge save by Atomic. Confidence boosting game from Luminosity. They've got themselves back to a 1-each series. And know both teams edge closer and closer to elimination.
Yeah, if you've been watching the series so far, you'd be unsure as to which team is the better team because so dominant from either team in the games they won. But a very different game there from Luminosity, taking pretty much every one of their chances on net, where in the first series it was Dignitas getting 6 goals. So we're going to see a bit of back and forth here, and actually looking at Luminosity's games so far, they do have a tendency to score a lot of goals in the games they win. Except for against BDS, understandably so. But they have this firepower that can take them into the 3, 4, 5 goal threshold, which is exciting if you're a Luminosity fan.
Hey, Orb. How's everything going?
What's going on? What's going on? No, Shogun, I wanted to start off by saying that you were right. Literally every single
it's
team.
very hard to admit, and I'm glad that you were man enough to say it.
I am... Listen, I just gotta give it to you.
I've just realized now, this is why no one compliments me.
I will always compliment you, Shogun, okay?
Cheers,
It doesn't
mate.
matter
Cheers.
what you say.
You've not been
I
too
see your
jaded
real
yet.
intent. But no, yeah, you were right. Literally every single team went ahead and won their game. And right now, well, it was tied up across the board for everybody. But now we have Semper taking the lead in their next game. We have Misfit Singularities tied up. And EG is currently up 1-0 to Vitality. So
1-1.
1-1 across the board. And we'll see if Dig can't close this one out.
Are we going to send everybody in round 1 to game 5? I would love to see it. Just everything in round 1 all over on Champions Field. I don't think we'd have enough room on Champions Field. We have to like build another one.
Yeah, what?
Lower
how many
fields?
How many Champions Fields are there in the world of Rocket League? At one given moment.
We need Leaf for this one. Leaf knows the law.
Anyone got any stats on how many Champions Field at one given moment there are existing? But anyway,
this is the sort of stats we really need. D-Rec, get on that.
We are here now in game 3. 1-1 across the board in the lower bracket of the Apollo Open. As we see Dignitas trying to answer back to a dominating performance from Luminosity in game 2. And I think the big question now as well is how much is fatigue starting to set in for these players? This is a long day of Rocket League. Maybe not in terms of time. You know, we've only been here for about 4 or 5 hours. But playing 3 best-of-5 series and then going into such an important series like this one, you're definitely thinking, are they getting tired?
Oh, Jorius. Come on, this has to go in.
Oh my
goodness. It has to go in. It's not gone in. Gregan, that they have not scored the goal despite 3 opportunities. And maybe that's a little bit to your point. Jorius, he's hit the crossbar again. Dignitas need to recalibrate their shooting just a little bit, bring it down a teeny tiny bit. Maybe they can find the back of the net, but you know, for me, Gregan, it's not necessarily like the length of the day that would get me. It's unless you're playing a tiebreaker, it's that 45-minute break that suddenly stops you because you can get into a rhythm and then you have to stop it for a little while. Go on, score. There we go, Jorius. Maybe about a minute late from Dignitas, but they have finally got the goal.
What an outplay there from Jack. Asking the question of the defense, is he going to hit it again? Is Scrub going to hit it? All of them jumping, Joro is able to clean it up. And it's the long day. It's not just the length of the day, the games, it's the breaks, it's the emotions. These guys go through so many emotions through the day where they've going through wins, losses, working out who they're playing against, recognizing that they're now on the lower bracket run. It is tiring for these guys going through so many different emotional roller coasters. But at this stage, they've got to put all that aside and just play good Rocket League where they can, as we see Dignitas go ahead in this game. Luminosity, though, they have looked solid until the moment where they get a bit caught on the back foot. They seem to find themselves stuck in defense a lot, which was similar to that of SK of the past when it was Yukio, Ixo, and Tox. We often see them defending for 5 minutes of the game and relying on breakaway goals, but someone who doesn't rely on breakaway goals, Atomic, with the solo play.
Atomic could not have got this first touch any better. You need to keep it away from Jorius, because if Jorius can make contact, he will. And instead, it's just out of reach, drops down brilliantly for him. And that is the sort of play you need to get this series at 1 each, or this game at 1 each.
That's why he was signed. That's why they picked him up.
Oh, what a pass. And Atomic again. Heads up from him to realize that the danger was loitering. Kept his eye on where apparently Jack was and just made sure he was popped that car right ahead of him to intercept the pass.
What player Atomic is. There's a lot of similarities between the Atomic of North America and EU on the goal line. They're both very good defensively at making those last-ditch saves. But I think the difference with Atomic really is his ability in the air. He is exceptional at double taps, outplaying. He's one of the few 2v2 players I see go for aerial plays more than anyone else. Very comfortable when flying. The question is, are they comfortable as a team? Are they comfortable working together?
He should be comfortable here. It was apparently Jack kind of let him off the hook, really. Couldn't find the play that he needed.
Gorgeous.
And now Atomic sets himself up. Couldn't hook around that ball just enough. Fox going to hold the line, sees the pre-jumping scrub killer, and does not see 100 boos come over to him. That's going to delay Luminosity's escape, at least only temporarily. There's Atomic! Couldn't find the net. Could barely find the ball. Jorius dancing around everybody. Takes the challenge. Off the wall, there's Ixo. Actually, didn't go for too much power. Just popped it straight over to Tox. And apparently Jack finds a way out. Scrappy game here. But next goal could give either one of these teams double match point.
Indeed. Who's going to be the one who steps up? There's several players in this lobby who have that pop-off potential, who can create a goal out of nothing. Or will it be the teamwork that makes a difference? Obviously, Luminosity only recently formed as a trio. Dignitas been together for a while, but Jorius is one of those players who can pop off at any moment. One of the best players in the world at the right time. And there he is. 1v2. Takes that 50-50. Quick breakaway.
And Ixo, you knew the risk he was taking. He wanted to challenge up, be the first off the challenge. When you see somebody like that take those, you have to be willing and ready for the fact that this could go horribly wrong. Jorius could just win this outright and continue to play after the fact. You know, we speak so much about 1v1 plays. That was the quintessential 1v1 play. Win the challenge and keep involved in the play.
And the quickest route to net. Finding that quickest route to net is such an undervalued skill that we see from these ones players. As Jorius might have taken this game for his team just with that play alone. Luminosity trying to play it out of defense here in the final 10 seconds. There's Tox. Off the sidewall, sends it high middle. He's going to be dropping this down. Ixo there, not quite able to read it. One last attempt here for Luminosity, and Atomic is stopped in the corner. Dignitas taking game 3, going to match point.
That one required a lot more effort than their win in game 1 ever took. Orb, it's now switched back over to Dignitas, but you've got some news for us on what's happening elsewhere.
We're feeling good about the Dignitas win. I'm excited for the next one. I think we're going to be able to close this one out. In terms of other results, we had Semper beating K-Corp by 3-1. They are currently 0-0 in their game 4. We have Misfits winning their game. They're currently 1-1 with 30 seconds remaining. So that's going to be really interesting. They could potentially wrap this up and be the first team to be done. And then we had EG winning their match, but now Vitality is up 3-1 with some 90
So that one could be going game 5.
It could be. It could be.
I mean, looking at all those results, the team that's gone 2-1 is probably the expected team going 2-1, which is, I guess, good signs for consistency for those teams. But then equally, 2-1 is not a result yet. You know, there's still a little bit more to do. Game 5's galore, maybe.
Yep, Singularity versus Misfits is now going into overtime. So Misfits,
of course it is.
Of course it is.
Nothing looks easy across the entire field. So obviously we get to have the joy over here of kind of being the neutrals, as much fun as we have with the prediction stuff. But for those of you out there as fans, oh, my condolences. Today looks like it has been a rough day for everybody. But hold on there. Maybe your team can come out and get the result that you are after. Same thing here with Dignitas and Luminosity. Dignitas 1 game away from getting themselves through to that top 8.
Yeah, and if you are a fan of any team, do go and check out their team streams. We keep talking about it, but there's nothing more fun than being there with your community who support your team as you take those victories. You know, the memes in chat and the commentators popping off for your team. We know that Gibbs and Leaf are going to be having a great time over on the Dignitas stream. But right now, Luminosity looking to answer back and send us into game 5. Good start for them as they're looking dangerous.
You know, that's maybe the only bad part about Williams Resolve going through the upper bracket is I already miss their broadcast. So much energy going on over there. So maybe if you want one in the future, that's the Shogi recommendation. Go and have a look over there. Be back in only 2 weeks as we'll get our second tournament underway, but we're waiting to see how this one shakes out. Who can put the right foot forward? Start this winter split in the right direction. It's a long, long road for all of these teams that we're currently seeing. Apparently, Jack takes a touch. I would have expected him actually to play that one towards his own backboard, steal the boost, and then keep playing, but very aggressive positioning from apparently Jack. Tox goes low, can't find the follow-up challenge. I'd just be scared right now. If I ever see Joreuz charging at me, I don't want to take that challenge. I'm finding something else I can possibly do.
Well, yeah, the Joreuz's potential of what he can do with the ball is above a lot of people's understanding of the game. The things he thinks up to do are exceptional. And then what is so special about Joreuz is his ability to not only excel in the air, but on the ground and in the challenge and in the rotation. He covers all parts of the pitch incredibly well, and ground shooting, low aerial shooting, just like that. He finds the gap in the net, sends it through the middle, no keeper there to make the save.
And there's a fair few of these sort of shots that we've seen today that is maybe taken a little bit too comfortably. Not enough power, straight down the middle, and ends up being saved. Joreuz taking no risks, all the power he could possibly get, and makes sure he guides it away from the incoming goalkeepers. So Dignitas looking to eliminate Luminosity, who now need to fight back. 3 minutes on the board. Ixo on the ball. And a lot of these passes being skied upwards, although that's a major miss. Ixo didn't figure it out until he turned around and just wondered, why have I got a ball over here with me? Less of that from Dignitas. And just feels like every time we get very excited about what Dignitas is capable of, they have one of those moments. And now for the demos, Joreuz has to try and get there. He will not. Tox delays the shot, puts it behind him.
Great creativity here from Luminosity. That ball popped up middle. Atomic getting the goal line demo. And Joreuz expecting the shot from Tox. He delays it, plays it around the back of Joreuz with the fake shot. And that levels the scoreline. And we need to see more creativity here from Luminosity. They only have produced about 4 shots per game so far. And were very reliant in that Game 2 victory on overcommitment and mistakes from Dignitas, which you cannot rely on at this level. We need to see them finding solutions, finding ways to break this team down, and creating goals for themselves.
Yeah, it's certainly something that they might have to worry about in the next round. For me at the moment, Dignitas, as good as they are far too capable of having a bit of a whoopsie. And they need to clean this up, because whilst Luminosity haven't really had to break them down, they haven't had to do it. The goals are still being handed to them on occasion. This is another one. It could have gone against them. Tox arriving. And now it drops over to Ixo. Long-lasting repercussions to odd Dignitas defensive plays.
Yeah, I said that the way that they're getting goals is through Dignitas mistakes, and that's the only reason we're seeing them sit in this series. But apparently Jack, flip reset off the backboard, saved away, good read by Atomic, and potentially some counter-attack potential for Luminosity.
Oh, another miss from apparently Jack. Atomic's got time with the ball. Goes over to Tox. Realizes he doesn't have an infield option, so instead plays it from the corner. Good play from Tox just to get it that far.
This is dangerous.
Off the wall. Oh, Ixo with his chance. And Joreuz
avoids the bump.
Very comfortable. Yeah, I think he'll be quite happy that the recovery off the initial setup wasn't quite good, because he would have been the first target for a hit.
Yeah, I think he had to jump around a bump and was thankfully in a position to make the save, saving that dodge to give him the last-minute adjustment. But some creativity there from Luminosity. We saw them finding dangerous spots on the back wall, playing it off of them, going for bumps. You know, you got to threaten these teams from all angles. You can't just rely on solo plays.
Jack can get the ball over the top of his car, so drops back into his own side of the field. Scrub Killer gets the reset, doesn't end up using it. Territory very much in the hands of Luminosity. Now they look to take the shot, and that needed anything more. A bit more zest on the shot, and it would have been 2-1.
Yeah, needed a zinger there. He couldn't get away with that kind of level of shooting on the final opportunity of this main time for them. I don't think they're going to get another one, as it's Dignitas' opportunity. Luminosity needed to score theirs. This is going to be going in favor of Dignitas. All the pressure on Luminosity, and 2-1 the scoreline. 7 seconds left. Great shot from Scrub.
You don't get away with it at this level. For all of the pressure and for a golden opportunity, it's Dignitas that took the first chance they got. And Luminosity now need to find something, anything. This might actually roll towards him, but Atomic needed to avoid Scrub Killer. Great moves from Scrub Killer on his way back. He's going to go over to Ixo, tasked with an awful lot of work. He couldn't get over there to do it. And Dignitas have taken the series and move on to tomorrow's bracket continuation.
Listen, as much as I want Dignitas to win, and I am happy that my prediction was correct, as it stands with the other games, I mean, every other game went to a game 5, and they have
incredible.
They have been close. So Singularity won their game, right? So they got a game 5 confirmed versus Misfits. We had 35 seconds remaining on that game, and Misfits scores are tied up. And now Singularity is up. We got 5 seconds remaining. I think that's got to be it. I think Singularity might have this one.
All right, we had to pick one. I feel like this was sort of drawn from a hat as to which one we could possibly jump into.
Oh, it's already over. Singularity wins. The Misfits put in a great goal at 35 seconds remaining. Let's see here. We have, K-Corp is currently up 1-0.
I'm looking around myself
left.
now.
So Singularity
it has been a lot.
Is huge. You know, Singularity coming into this, one of the lower seeds. Misfits expected to do well. Singularity, well played to you. Continue on and good luck.
Absolutely.
Well, here we go. Here's another one. Vitality versus Evil Geniuses. This one's a lot more tightly contested. Game 5, 1 each. Winner just continues. And loser, good luck for the rest of the split because you're going to have work to do.
100%. This is massive major contention off of the back of this one. Vitality making the full major, where Evil Geniuses would have hoped they'd made it themselves. And so the winner of this could quite literally be the difference maker making the major. And Evil Geniuses looked so good earlier against Williams Resolve, and they're having to battle back, having lost the series that could have put them into the upper bracket.
I was gonna say, so do you think Vitality is kind of the underdog in this specific series based on the previous results?
This is the hard bit about when we do these broadcasts, is that both of these teams have played 3 series. We saw Vitality only played 2 really because they had a free win against Navi, but we saw Vitality's worst and probably EG's best. So it's difficult to know like what their whole day looked like, but from what we got to see, I'm surprised at what we're currently seeing. But obviously, any Vitality fans out there might be able to tell me how they looked in that other game. They definitely looked rough when we had a chance to see them.
Yeah,
K-Corp is still only up by 1 in their game versus Semper with 1:10 to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm interested to see which way that goes. K-Corp, a team that we've not yet seen the full potential of. So much mechanical potential in that team, but a little bit of inconsistency, where Semper tend to be the inconsistent, low mechanical team. So who's going to come out on top there? K-Corp at the moment seem to be ahead, and that could be a big upset there. All right.
Oh,
2-1, Vitality.
Vitality just scored, 20 seconds to go.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Is this over for the 2 matches now?
It's a mistake as well that's led to that. Alpha's just waiting on the ground.
Oh, this is where I become very useless at my job because I just start watching. I'm glad you two are talking for us because my eyes are just glued on this at the moment. I've got my eyes currently on the EG game. That's actually a good spot for them as well. I might get something. I'm just going to end up starting commentating on this, right?
Every time I see an Evil Genius mistake in a game that's really important, I do get more and more concerned for the fact that they don't seem to clutch up in the important games.
They've done it.
Yeah, Vitality just won. And I think K-Corp is about to wrap this one up as well, potentially. 0-0.
Europe does not disappoint, everybody. We are seeing upsets galore throughout this tournament. And I feel so bad for some of these teams as they come across, Luminosity. I had so much hope for them in this tournament, and I had to face Dignitas in the first game of the lower bracket. There is no easy series in this event, and that's it. We've sent 4 teams home again.
I mean, I'm looking at the points difference, and it's very big at the moment. Huge. Getting through this round is 110 points. Well, you going out here is 110 points. Just winning this is 160. We mentioned earlier on the teams that are already in the upper bracket, they're guaranteed the top 6, I believe, even if they double out, lose both their games and just immediately lose. But even there, they're sitting 190. That's so big because now you're looking towards your future tournaments and you've now got to start getting yourselves top 4s, the top 3. You need to be right up there in a region where nothing's guaranteed. We don't even know if we're going to see some of these teams in the next tournament, let alone get them into these top 4s.
I mean, taking a look at some of the games, right? There's so much that happened. I feel like almost out of breath since I was jumping between streams and trying to keep track of all the results. I mean, if you're a Rocket League fan, you've loved today. I think you've loved day one. You've gotten a lot of Rocket League, especially here, a lot of game fives here towards the end.
Yeah.
But Gregan, anything that surprises you, especially here when now it's all said and done for day one, that is?
I think the group stages, really that Group B was one that I was interested to see how it would play out. Any of those teams in Group B could have pushed for that top spot, maybe even the second spot. And actually that's flipped right upside down. Dignitas coming third, Misfits second, Queso in first. Huge for Queso there in the standings. But it did mean poor Luminosity, who almost took the number one spot in Group A, just narrowly missing out against BDS, had to face Dignitas in their first series in the lower bracket. So a little bit of a top team killer there. Both those teams could have made it quite far if they didn't have to face each other so early. And there it is. There's that bracket.
Yeah, what an easy first step that was. Just keep doing it if you're over there in the lower bracket. You're almost there. You're almost at the grand finals.
So far. But SSG did it. I keep saying about it. SSG made the grand finals in North America and got better as the event went on. And they looked one of the strongest teams in their region. Mm-hmm. It's not over yet. We could see any of these teams make it.
Which one of those four?
Dignitas.
I'd have to agree.
Dig. I mean, Shogun, I was going to ask you how you're taking on Williams here. How do you feel when you look at Williams up there right now? What does that make you feel?
I feel really happy for them. I'll be completely honest with that one. It's not often that you see results like that one and just have no real but to it. They earned that. They looked worthy of that. I cannot wait to see what they're doing. And against Team Queso, either of those in that upper bracket final is huge for either of them, because one of these teams is looking at, I'm just going to quickly throw up the points for myself real quick. One of these teams is going to be guaranteed 260 points.
That's huge.
They become the target. Like, they're going to have the target on their back for the rest of the season because everyone is going to be chasing at them for the next two tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be the series to watch? What would be the one series that stands out to you guys tomorrow that would be like, you can't miss this one?
That one. 100% that one, because that's the team then we're going to be looking for the rest of the split to say, firstly, can you be caught? And secondly, how do you now deal? Because these are both teams that aren't necessarily looked at as like one of the top teams. Now you're the one that's above everybody else and everybody else is trying to chase after you. How do you deal with being in that spot? So I think that one is huge.
Yeah, we've mentioned it several times. Europe, the region now that has got the same rosters as it did in the first split. Only 3 teams in this regional had roster moves. So it's really about which team can step up from their last season performance. Those 2 teams definitely ones to note, Williams Resolve and Queso. But for me, it's BDS versus Endpoint. Both teams that have looked dominant in the full split at different times. Endpoint in the online era, BDS at the full major. Can either of them show their dominance here again and go undefeated?
I mean, Gregan, you mentioned the fact that there's been very little roster changes in EU versus you look at NA and there's been quite a lot, right? Mm-hmm. So what does that tell you about where the regions stand? What does that tell you? Is NA scrambling to try to find their way?
I think the performance from Europe at the full major really showed that we stand as the best region currently. And so that's why North America made so many changes. And I think it also shows the maturity within the EU region that they recognize the teams they've got right now can work. They just have to put that work in. As Shogun said, it's coaches' time to shine. Can they bring those teams up? Can these players put the work in and find themselves in that top 5? And I think it's really due to that 5th spot. The fact that Vitality didn't look that good at the full major, yet they still made it. There's going to be teams out there going, that could have been us. And they're going to try and steal that spot back.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got to be exciting to see. Once again, chat, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is but day 1. We have 2 more days of Rocket League goodness coming your way. And we're going to go ahead and wrap up the show for today. Shogun, anything you want to add before we leave heading into day 2, day 3? Anything about today? The floor is yours, my friend.
Look, mate, I'm just enjoying the chaos. And today certainly gave me my fair fill of chaos. And we're going to keep it going tomorrow. So, yeah, make sure to join us for that. And look forward to seeing it.
Greg, and what about you?
Oh, it was great to be here.
What do you have to say for yourself after day 1?
I think this event is going to be one of those which will set the tone for the rest of the split. So you want to make sure you watch the rest of this regional. The Apollo Open is going to be the one to watch. Who's going to be the winner? Who's going to set the tone?
who's going to set the tone. That is right. All right. I will not be here tomorrow, but I'm leaving you obviously in extremely competent hands. 5 p.m. CET, 11 a.m. EST, and 8 a.m. PST. If you guys want to tune in, which you definitely do. Same place, same time. More Rocket League goodness coming up tomorrow. Catch you guys then. Later.